Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode, what is this? Episode 12? I think this is.
13 is what the screen says.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Episode 13. That is correct. Of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And, y'all, this is episode 13. We only have 4 more left with this crew. But it looks like we'll be able to have one more episode at the end of the season, going back and revisiting the Saints, that group that came in for our little break when everyone was like running about conventioning and being ill and being kidnapped by aliens.
You mean the ones who beat the crap out of Jaeger?
Yes, but they have been captured, as I have told you multiple times. And, you know, I feel like since you're not going to go and rescue them, I'm going to have to just go back and have them have their
we
episode.
haven't quite had time to go rescue them at the moment, but, you know, it's on the list of things to do.
I'm sure.
It's on the list of things to do.
I'm sure. Anyway.
We look at it every day. We look at that list every day and we're like, yes, that's right.
Every single day.
Wait, who got information about their rescue?
Well, no, you got information they were captured. That was Frieda, but y'all are like, you know, Nikoletta said it, so we don't even know if it's true. So, yeah.
Oh, that's it. Nikoletta shared the information with us. Yeah, I don't trust that. They're a bait. So, we're going to have one extra last episode at the very end. So we'll have a total of 18 episodes this season. It looks like. I'm pretty excited. That, however, I should say, thank you all for being here. And let me see. Thank you for supporting us. There are so many ways in which you can do that. And the most important one is being here as we are streaming and telling your friends that we are here. Let them know so that they can come and also watch us, because that would be real great. You could also retweet our going live tweet. You can take out an ad in a vintage newspaper. I thought you were going to say alone. It's like, you know, did this just turn into Animal Crossing?
Maybe. Yes. And then,
just like immediately, it's like, you now owe 5,000 bells.
Wait, but then don't you have to, like, I don't know, then it's Stardew Valley, right? So then you have to go to like the flower festival or something and then tell everybody about Kolos at the flower festival?
But then you go to the flower festival and no one wants to
Nobody wants to dance with you. But yeah, it's like middle school all over again.
Second year until you get to dance with the person you want to
All
dance
they want to do is make you feel bad about yourself so you can go back and grow more crops until you become worthy enough for a dance.
Well, that seems questionable.
Plug your chickens.
That seems questionable. I don't know how I feel about that one. So what else? Oh, okay. So you can do that, right? You can join our Discord where we do some chattings, as it were. You can also follow all of these lovely people. You can donate if you like, tips and bits, and we will give out. We'll read out your we'll read out your messages and the intermission and also the end. We also have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and you can become one of our Patreons. We have and it's like $3, and it helps go and pay for the cast. You can pay more if you like. We also have a special tier that's $200, which will pay for one episode of the show. And if you are one of those sponsors, we call them sponsors, you get to have special credits, and you get to get a special ad made that is aired once a month. And this month we are now in May, and we have still, I cannot believe it, Willen TW, our amazing chronicler, is our sponsor again, one of our sponsors again this month, which means you get to hear his amazing, really cool ad that we had Simon Wandering DM voice in French and in English, and we get to hear that again today. I'm really excited, and I want to thank you so much, Willen, because
that's cool.
Your character now...
We're so cool, y'all!
I know, right? Your character now exists in this universe, and that's gonna mean stuff at some point in time that, I'm just waiting on. Also, we have got... I'm gonna go and, like, corral the rest of these players to go and give interviews with me, and those interviews are gonna be put up on Patreon. I figure we'll get them in probably May, June, July, and August to hold you over until we start up Kolos again, because we finished Kolos mid-June, and we'll probably pick up in August after Gen Con if the players want to do another season. Gotta find out. They haven't told me yet. I do not yet know if I've been renewed because the players are the Nielsen ratings. So I just have to find out from them. And you could give channel points for letters from home to give them extra fate points, but you can't right now because Falstaff is sort of in hiding. So, that's kind of a situation, and that's what that is. But as I go and make sure everybody's got what they need on their overlay, I thought I'd have each of the players introduce themselves and answer a question. So, like, say who you are, and say, who you play, and considering where everything is right now, I feel like I should ask an interesting question. And that question will be something like, let me see. How about, do you think your character... Sorry. Do not answer what, just a yes or no question. Do you think your character is about to make some bad decisions? And if so, how bad do you think they'll be? But just don't say what they are. I just want to know. That's all. And let's start with KP. Hey, KP.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is KP. I play Dr. Preetham Singh. And that doctor portion got really tested last week. And this week, he's also a SOE trained person, SOE trained agent, and that may be getting tested this week. So whether or not he's fine, or what was the exact question again?
Will you be making any bad decisions this episode, do you think? And the follow-up question is, how bad, if so?
Is that like a scale rating?
Sure. You get to pick the scale. Yeah.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yes. Okay. It really depends on how it goes down. If it succeeds, no.
Oh, okay.
If it doesn't succeed, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. On a scale of 1 to 10 on how bad it would be if I fail, I have a feeling it is a 10. Just by the nature of what this is related to and who this is related to.
Sweet. May I ask you one?
Not sweet.
May I ask you one more
And
question?
it's probably not who anybody, Dot, or Greg is thinking about, and I just love to see their faces going like, who is it? What is he talking about? It's bad. It's bad.
I'm enjoying Dot's faces.
So, may I ask you for one extra thing, if you don't mind?
Okay.
One word,
maybe
2 if you like, that you can give to, preferably 1, to hint at what's going to happen, especially because some people were not here last week, and that by that I mean your fellow players, without actually giving anything away. Just like something that is maddening and mysterious. Like just one exciting, maddening, mysterious word about your potential. Clinic. Got it. Nice.
Or I could say my clinic. Those are 2 words.
Okay. Yeah. I love it. Lindy, you're up next. Who are you? Who do you play? Is your character planning on making any bad decisions? If so, how bad on a scale of whatever you like? And could you give a tantalizingly mysterious 1 or 2 words to torture your fellow players with about this bad decision?
Sure. Bad decisions that about to make or have already made?
About to make.
Okay. So hi, I'm Lindy. I'll be playing Frieda Engel. She's a famous German opera singer and a crime boss, leading that good double life. Do I think she's about to make some bad decisions? Possibly. I wouldn't say they're good decisions, but I also, on a scale of how bad? If like on a scale, that's a great question. How bad? I don't think it's a 10 if it's a scale of 1 to 10. Um, I'd say it's probably like a 6,
Okay.
maybe. Like it has the possibility of being like a little 2, but it could go up to like 6 or 7. I don't think it's a full 10.
Okay.
And then word,
Mm-hmm.
2 words.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's only 2 words that come to mind after
In a mysterious way.
in a mysterious way. Oh, so I should be less
Vague.
explicit.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
vague.
Be vague. Be
Um,
vague. 'Cause that's the most exciting.
Lunch date.
Lunch date. Nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought about the other 2 words,
Yeah, yeah.
but you know,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
lunch date. Lunch date is good. I like it.
lunch date.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Craig, who are you? Who are you playing? Is your PC about to make any bad decisions? If so, how bad on a scale of whatever you like? And then can you give like a 1 or 2 words that are vague and tantalizing to torture your fellow players?
Sure. Hi, my name's Greg, Grimjack21502. I play Oscar Mueller, reformed Gestapo agent. Let's see. I have no clue what's going on. So all I can say is that am I going to make bad decisions? So I will answer this with a question of my own. Who is the co-creator of Fate Point Chicken?
Tango?
Yes, Tango and I are co-creators of Fate Point Chicken. So I think that if it's all open for interpretation. If your idea of a bad decision is Fate Point Chicken, taking on an entire city, jumping a motorcycle over a river, then sure, that's a bad decision.
Okay.
So and tantalizing words as to what could happen. I just need 3. Fate Point Chicken. Let's go.
Nice. Okay. I'm excited. I'm excited for that. And last but not least, Dot. Who are you? Who are you playing? Is your character going to make any bad decision? Are you planning on making any bad? Is your character planning on making any bad decisions at this point? If so, how bad on a scale of whatever you like? And if so, 2 vague words to tantalize your fellow players.
All right. I am Dot. You can find me where little red dots are found on the internet. I'm playing Regina Kraus or Regina Leixner or Simone Bourne or whoever I need to be that day because I am an SOE agent and spy. Trying desperately to maybe lead this group of people, though, based on this question. So, yes. Yes is the answer. I am going to make some bad decisions. On a scale of, I don't know, on a scale of having a fiance and a girlfriend to, I don't know, being interrogated by what's his face, the early guy, playing chess with the man I'm gonna kill. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of things on Regina's scale. I'd say it's gonna be on that scale. Yeah, it will be on that scale. The 2 words that you get are boat ride.
All right, sweet. So, hi everyone. I'm your GM for today. So at this moment, it is Thursday, April the 23rd, 1942. We are on the same day we left off on. And some things have happened. A number of things have happened. That's the best way I could put it. Many things have happened. We are sort of around sort of late morning and also late afternoon, depending on which group of people we're talking about. We are in sort of action moments for a number of people. But I thought before I would get into all of that, I'd just sort of mention a couple of things. It's a lovely day. It's April. Everything is nice. More or less. At least in terms of the weather. I'm not going to describe where each of our characters are just yet because that would be too exciting. But I will say,
that we have refreshed everyone's fate points. I have to actually give 2 fate points to our group because they get 2. Our faction gets 2. Speaking of faction, the criminals have taken their faction actions. The opposition have not yet. Just for today, just thought I'd mention it in case, you needed it to know. Oh, I did not forget where Oscar was. I remembered very much. I remembered. I have a map. And for no reason. And let me see. So we have some faction actions to sort of deal with when they happen, which I'm sure they will. And I just wanted to bring us back to our just let you all see what's happening. We have 3 pieces of our doom pie. And at the moment, is there anything we need to get rid of in terms of aspects that are no longer relevant? It doesn't look like it. It looks like everything that's currently on the board will stay on the board because it's still the same day. So that's lovely. I feel like everything's great. So, why don't we start with Regina? I would like to find out what's happening with Regina. I think, as a matter of fact, that she should say what she's doing before we find out about anybody else. So, dearest Regina, it's probably, if we remember correctly, you were having breakfast. When you left, you were still in actually Frieda's suite in the Majestic Hotel, which is the...
no, we had gone back with the no, you're right. We had healed the girl.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right.
I remembered. I was there.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
That is the correct order. I thought
Yes.
it was after, but yep.
So the Majestic Hotel, which is one of the fanciest, it is no longer called that. They changed the name, but it's one of the fanciest hotels in Paris, and it's you know how they're like 5-star hotels? There's actually another rating that goes on top of 5-star hotels. That's kind of like, fancy. It's like a fancy hotel rating, and it's one of those. And this hotel has been taken over by the German occupying forces, who are using it as the home and offices of the German military occupational forces, led by the General von Stubnagel. And in this building, the massive hotel, you've got most of the major high-ranking German officers stay at this hotel, but also this is where a lot of them work. Very few of them have their wives with them because why would they? But some of them do because, after all, it is Paris, and some wives are like, let me go and be in Paris. That would be lovely. And so you have some wives there, and there are also some wives who are French. For example, the ambassador to France from Germany, his wife, Suzanne Abetz, is French. And so there are a number of people who are sort of French socialites, and they are they are in these spaces as well, although Suzanne Abetz is in a different hotel. And this place is large and spacious and full of the most expensive food, while people outside are starving. Because there's not enough fuel or leather or food or wood or coal to heat a place for anything. But if you are on the inside of this hotel, you don't have to worry about that so much. Also, the German occupying forces made it so that the exchange rate between the Reichsmark and the franc is really in the favor of the Reichsmark. So it's a wonderful place to stay. It was said that like any German soldier will be able to see Paris. France is sort of seen as a bit of a vacation spot for German soldiers. Like they will be sort of rotated in their duties into Paris, and so they can see the City of Lights, which means that most of the city has been taken over and reserved for German soldiers' use. There are many movie theaters that you can only go to if you are a German or a friend of a German. Many restaurants, many cabarets. I mean, there are still places for the French public to go, but many brothels, restaurants, cabarets have just been reserved only for the German soldiers. And so if you're a person who lives in France who's not a German occupier, you see these German occupiers wandering around, going into shops, buying, getting photographs made of themselves to send home, spending money, and sort of just taking over your city as street names are replaced, street signs are replaced with German signs and German lettering, and a Nazi flag flies over the Eiffel Tower. And in this environment, we had a bit of news from last time. When I say last time, I'm going to sort of combine the last two sessions. Well, not really talk about the last session exactly, but, young Luke was almost kidnapped by his girlfriend, but he avoided that fate, came back and reported back. They believe that he saw basically Nikoletta. He didn't see her face, but he saw her dress from that brunch that morning and the night before Wednesday. And he was certain that, she was involved. There's a lot of investigation going on about how it turns out that his girlfriend, Scarlett, is the madam of one of the number one. Well, there are two that vie for who's number one, but the 122, which was like one of the biggest and most important brothels in Paris, where all of the high-ranking SS officers go. That's like it's like an SS brothel, and she's the madam of that very, very important brothel. And it turns out that she's buddy with Pierre Bonny, the head of the French Gestapo, and that some investigation on the part of Frieda has revealed that Pierre Bonny has some kind of contact with an SS agent named Nikoletta, and is working with this Nikoletta, and that it was time to go and make some moves. And so it looks pretty heavily that, this is what this was all about. So, with Luke being safe and spirited off to the Little Bird brothel, it became a bit of a realization that if Scarlett is feeding information to Nikoletta and vice versa, that means they know very well exactly where Luke is living. Luke never told Scarlett, but Nikoletta already knows. So there was a phone call made to the flower shop just to make sure that, see how it is, and there was no answer. Marie did not pick up the phone, which had Oscar rush off to go and see if he could catch her and find her. When he arrived at the scene, the place had been tossed, bypassing a number of roadblocks, by the way, all surrounding this area, and French Gestapo. And he goes in there, the place has been tossed, she is not there. And he makes a phone call to the Duke and to Regina to let them both know that Marie is not present and is probably taken. And he hangs up the phone. And other things happen to him, which we'll get to. But let's go back to Regina, who has, is sort of setting up a maid to be perhaps an informant for her, after terrorizing her just a little bit because, Frau Leixner...
You know what? She got a new pair of shoes. She got breakfast, technically.
Also like a second-degree burn, but you know how that happens. Anyhow, she was sort of patched up and sent off, and Regina is at this moment still in Frieda's suite by herself as everyone has gone. Frieda and the prince, Pritam, had left to go to his clinic, make sure that Luke is sort of settled in the brothel. They have a bunch of things to do, and they had left for the afternoon, for the day, or for a while at least. So let me ask, while everyone else is in their situations, what does Regina do? She's alone in Frieda's suite, and everyone else has left.
I imagine she would have left with everyone.
You didn't, because I think you had to take care of that of the maid.
Oh
first.
no, I did. I went back and made a phone call downstairs.
Yes.
Didn't I? Because I made a phone call to tell them
That's right.
about
she
the
walked
girl.
the maid out
Yes.
and then went
Out.
into her own suite to make a call. Yeah.
So as I get to my suite, I immediately close the door, like all alone, and Regina probably lets out a very large sigh. And then she looks around and probably changes clothes into something that's a bit more, maybe it's still a dress, but it's like a little bit more of like an outing kind of dress, not a tea dress, something that she can actually move in and has some shoulder movement because, and she puts her gun in her stocking or in her like garter, suits up for the day. brings the extra pair of crap shoes that she now has as well, because it hurts to have an extra pair, and grabs the basket that usually maybe carries knitting or something and loads it full of a picnic.
Mm-hmm.
See her load it full of wine
Mm-hmm.
and food, cheese and bread and fruits. And she gets done and she closes the door.
Before
And
you
she
do,
promptly
the phone rings.
Oh God, oh, it's the phone ringing. Rena hates answering the phone. She contemplates whether or not she should even bother answering. Don't even know she's here. Nah, she picks it up.
Madame,
What?
excuse me, Frau Leixner.
Yes.
This is the front desk. You have a message
From who?
from Frau Engel. It's very important.
Well, what is it?
You will have to come down to the front desk to get it.
Oh, all right. I'm on my way out anyways. Prepare a car.
Oui, oui.
And I lock up, close up, look around to see if anybody's like, is anybody peeping at me, watching me?
Make an awareness roll.
Who's peeping? Regina.
It's a difficulty 2. It's just a fair difficulty.
Okay. Well, let's see. Good.
Mm-hmm. As you step out into the hallway, of course, people are peeping at you. This place is very secure. This place has got a lot of security, and there have been a lot of attacks. Everyone's watching all the time. You have the guards at the elevator. You have Brockhausen and Schmidt. You have guards who patrol the floors. You have got people walking up and down the hallway, maids, cleaning people. This is a exceedingly busy hotel full of life, and people are always watching you. They always regard you and anyone else who's here. You know what I mean? Like this is
okay.
Yeah.
So it's busy enough that I'm noticed. Like there's no sneaking. Like it's just kind of a general. Okay, Regina makes a show of it. Then locks the door, picnic basket, bag, ready to go. Boop-a-doo, all the way downstairs. Goes to the front desk. And she says, "My message."
And then you see the man who's the maitre d', and he goes, oui, oui. And he hands you this folded piece of paper. It is not sealed. It's just folded, which he had pulled it out from the little slot for your room, which means you know it has been read. And he hands it to you.
I take it. I do not read it in front of him. I slip it in my dress.
He just smiles at you.
Right. I smile back. I grab my things.
He goes,
car?
Yes. Out front.
And Regina signs out appropriately or whatever has to be done. And then she moves on to the car out front and tells the driver she would like to go. The
out front,
Jaegers
there's the driver and 2 guards.
Right. Jaeger, they live where?
Jaeger, they live in a different hotel.
Perfect. That's where I would like to go.
One of the hotels that has where the SS tends to stay.
Right. That's exactly where I tell him I would like to go.
And the driver, one of the soldiers, opens the door for you, of course. And can I get an awareness?
It was only an average this time.
It's not. Let me ask you a question. How distracted are you?
I would not. Regina's on a mission now. Like the moment everybody left, Regina was like, duh, 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 duh. So like this is, I would say she's hyper focused.
Okay.
Right. She's plotting
what?
and planning. That's a good question. At this point, she's not. You know what? She's not terribly interested in having all of these dudes around, but she knows she can't quite get around it, at least not yet. So, what do the streets look like? As I walk out to the car and they load me in.
The streets, I mean, it's the middle of the morning, so the streets are busy. Of course, very few cars at all, because
Right.
most people cannot keep a car maintained. There are a couple of on the road, a lot of trucks, lots and lots of bicycles, mostly women. You see a lot of women, sometimes with soldiers. Most men have to work, voluntarily or
Okay.
not. So there are not as many men around, but you do see some men here or there, like street sweepers, that sort of thing. It's not like it's completely empty of men, but you have a lot of women, young women, walking arm in arm with soldiers, people who have got stalls, like sort of market stalls,
Okay.
little stalls here, there, and on the sides. It's and you're also like right there in the city center. You're right in a sort of like a really good spot. So you have it's like a lot of life, it's
Okay.
little flower vendors, like little flower
It's like
stalls.
it's bopping. It's bopping.
Yeah.
Okay. So
You said flower
yes.
vendors, and I just imagined people doing like Avatar style flower beds.
My cabbages. So yeah. So then I will get in. Who are the two soldiers with me?
Well, would you like to succeed at a minor cost, since that was a tie?
Sure.
Okay. You sort of slip in. The soldier opens the door, and the soldier who opens the door for you, you recognize, and also recognizes you.
Okay. Who is it?
It's Dirk, from way back when.
Dirk.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't like Dirk, did I?
I don't
Did
know.
I like him very much?
I don't
I
know
can't
their feelings
remember.
about Dirk. Dirk was the sort of soldier who was friends with Tango and also Oscar, until Oscar sort of outed himself as like SS and very, very dangerous. And so then Dirk is sort of basically, pulled back. But he was like he was like the poker buddy of that crew over there. He let Tango through a checkpoint with people hidden in a truck. Yes, but I don't know if Regina doesn't tend to like a lot of people. So, but this is a
That's
person.
true.
This is a person who knows your old identity. Because he knew you back.
I go, is he getting in the front or back?
He is going to be sitting in the front, as far as you can tell.
And the other one's gonna go in the back?
Mm-hmm.
I go, stop. This is wrong.
And,
Switch places.
And the other guard rolls his eyes just a little bit so that you can't see, but you do notice it, as they both sort of like swap spaces, because they have heard about Regina Leixner and that she is somewhat, what's the word? Demanding. Particular. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, everybody.
Particular. Hey,
Um,
you've thrown things at people. People know. Like, you've thrown
that
things.
wasn't, but that wasn't me.
Everybody else thinks it's you.
Well, that's good. That's what I want them to think. So,
Just saying.
Knowing this, now he's getting in the back when he sits down.
And he's got his rifle.
go, yeah. Do I know you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. He says, and it's something odd. Perhaps he looks, you don't have really, like, I don't, you have to roll empathy. It's sort of like a slightly,
Oh, I can roll empathy.
he
At a 1.
He's not the most deceptive person. You may ask one question.
Does he know who I am? Not as Regina Leixner, but as Regina Krause.
Absolutely. And that seems to be one of the reasons why he is sort of keeping his eyes down. There's like a look of recognition in his eyes, and that is keeping him sort of, yeah.
This is both good and bad, and I don't know how I feel about it. I go, what was your name again? It was like Kirk or Jerk or... what was it?
Sergeant Muller.
Right. Muller. Have you been in Paris long, Mulder?
Yeah, I have been stationed here for some time. And the car sort of starts pulling into lack of traffic. You know, because there's not much. Just
Yeah, so when they pull up, I cut him off because I have to keep up appearances, at least for everybody else in this car. I cut him off and I go, gentlemen, as much as this is sublime company, I'm not really interested in having all of you about my little picnic tete-a-tete. So my question is, how many of you are required to actually be with me?
Then Dirk says, you are an important person. You are two soldiers who should be guarding you when you are out in the city. The driver here will stay with the vehicle to make sure it's not sabotaged.
Fine. Which one of you is stronger?
And, there's like that kind of awkwardness as they both are sort of looking like, what do you mean by stronger in terms of carrying things, or what do you mean?
I mean, I look at them. Can I tell which one seems to be more fit? I need a high endurance.
They both seem to you to be sort of average. If anything, Dirk's a bit older. He's a sergeant. He looks like he's maybe in his could be late 20s, whereas the other one looks to be early 20s. So if you think about youth and vigor, the other one seems perhaps youthful.
I go, you look like you could use a good walk, to the gentleman in the front.
Great.
Perfect. Are we almost to the hotel yet?
We are, and the driver goes,
It smells of gun oil in this car.
Yeah, it is dangerous on the streets. There's been arson and violence. We have to make sure that
Well, do not fret. We will not be taking the streets today.
Yeah. And they they clearly are not quite certain the best way to deal with you, although Dirk has a different vibe than the rest of them. They're just she has a reputation, and he's like, I'm trying to do not look at me. There's he's got sort of that going on at the moment. Yes, he's got a bit of a do not look at me happening. And there's
good. That means I'm in control. So Regina continues the ruse all the way to the truth. How is there a radio?
The driver goes, jawohl. And he turns on the radio.
Heathens not listening to the news first thing in the morning.
And
how do you even keep up with what's going on?
We did not want to disturb you. We know that you are particular about things. We don't want to. And that's not Dirk.
Yes, I like to listen to the news in the morning.
Yes. And the driver turns it up, and the sounds of Radio Paris come on, and as you can hear the dulcet tones, there's the news comes on, and you have your reporter. This is Radio Paris, the voice of the people. We are speaking that there's ongoing investigations of the arson that happened in a small guest house the other day that took the lives of at least 7 people, 9 people in the guest house themselves, and also hit the buildings next door. There are a number of people who are now homeless, and we have very good authority that this was a terrorist attack by Bolshevik, Judeo resistant member criminals, and if you can give any information, there will be a large reward, including extra ration cards. Anyone who might want to help out your fellow citizens and the people of Paris and to keep peace between the French and our German friends are encouraged to give any information about this. This is something that will help us all. We also have heard there has been some victories against the resistance on the part of our German military intelligence. The Abwehr have been making great strides and inroads. Our General Stupnagel is pleased to announce that the peace in the city is becoming greater, despite some of the violence we've seen, that there will be long-term better relations. There is going to be some great news. We have a number of high officials and guests coming in, and new things happening in Paris, including a carnival that is currently happening at the Velodrome. We have one more announcement. If you are a Jewish member of Paris, you are no longer allowed to have bicycles. If you are a Jewish person, the soldiers will be coming into your homes where you have been registered and will be taking any bicycles you might have away from you. Bicycles are needed for the French people and also for the war effort, and so if you are a Jewish person, please give up your bicycle with glee and joy. You do not need to have any sort of... bicycles will only distract you from the things you need to do. Please remember, of course, we are still waiting on the Jewish community to deliver over to the military occupational force over 1 million francs as restitution for the violence that the resistance members have been given to the city. And so please, we are waiting for your leadership to give over 1 million francs as restitution for the violence that has been happening in the city. That is, of course, the fault of these terrible, terrible Jewish Bolshevik malcontents. That said, these bicycles will go one small step towards paying off this debt. And make sure if you have not registered where you live, please make sure that you do. And that said, I will say that we're very pleased that we will be having the Prince, Pritam Singh, giving a speech to the members, the Indian members of our community later tonight. And we are hoping that we will have a new performance from the Berlin Nightingale, because whenever she sings, it is always lovely. But before then, let us please listen to some Ravel, Poulenc, some of the best and most French classical music that you could ever imagine. Please let us enjoy classical music from France. Yes, this is a Radio Paris.
See, now don't you all feel better?
And they just nod, and like...
Are we there yet?
And and as you say that, you can see the hotel in the distance. You are close, but you're not just there yet. And the driver just speeds up just a little bit, and sort of like moves, like just gets a little too close to some of these people on like bicycle carts moving through the city, and just to try to get you a little bit faster to this place. And as you sort of slide in towards this hotel, the driver pulls up, and Dirk gets out, comes around to the back, and opens the door for you. As the other
Wonderful.
soldier gets out and are watching.
Yeah. I get out, I take my basket and I go straight up to the front door. I'm going to check in.
They walk with you. They sort of escort you into the hotel, and you can notice they are watching to make sure that there are no snipers or attacks, because there has been a trend of resistance members just walking up and shooting people on the street when they were out in public. Yeah, I know, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that sometimes resistance members shoot people in the street.
I try to kind of walk ahead of them, and if they get close again, I go, would you please give me a little breathing room? My skirt can't even swish without touching your horrible guts.
Can I get a deceive from you?
Yes,
you do
and
not
I'm
mind?
gonna roll it. Since I am a good German,
Mhm.
I'm gonna. Oh, you know what? Let's see. I can't do it against Dirk, but the other two have not. Have they officially like met me before?
No. Mm-mm.
Great. So the +2 will not count here, but for Dirk, but everybody else will get it. So superb.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to roll for the people who are not Dirk first.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to roll for Dirk. Okay. And they both just sort of like give you a little bit of space as they escort you towards these hotel rooms. And as they get to the doors, you see again more soldiers up front, and they open the doors for you. And your two escorts will walk you into this hotel as you get to the
front desk.
I, of course, Guten Morgen to everybody as I like come in, just like boop, bopping my way through like friggin' Betty Crocker. Even though that's a little too early for Betty Crocker. Close. I'm getting there. I shall be an inspiration. And I go straight up to the front desk. I would like to visit the Jaegers, please. I have both a gift and an outing planned with Miss Jaeger.
And there's a woman, a stern-looking woman behind the front desk. She looks to be maybe in her 50s. Again, you have a bit of a... When it comes to finding women who are working, because it's illegal to work if you have a husband at this moment. It doesn't really matter where your husband is. You're not allowed to work. So you tend to have people who are old enough that their husbands are dead, or they have been divorced, or young enough that they're not yet married. And this is one of the older women who's there. And she's sort of this stern-looking woman, and she sort of looks to you and goes, one moment. And she makes a phone call. She waits, and she waits. And she hangs up. And she goes, one moment. And she goes back, right? There's like she's in front of this front desk, and there are all these sort of like mail slots and all of this, right? And so she goes back to one of the mail slots, and she sort of looks at a couple up there, and she looks at the book, and she comes back, and she goes, I'm so sorry. Both of the Jaegers have left for the day.
No, I had a picnic planned.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Miss Jaeger has stood me up. I say just a little too loud.
I'm so sorry. Both of the Jaegers are...
Well, I must speak with her. This is an important anniversary for her and I.
I do not know where she went.
Can you tell me where I can find her?
I don't know. One moment. And she gets on the phone. And I'm going to need from you, a roll. We need a roll from you. I would say perhaps contacts or contact would probably be good, actually.
Contacts. Mm-hmm. I definitely don't have contacts. Let's see if there was a better.
Or provoke a rapport.
Okay, I can roll a rapport. I go, do you even know who I am?
No.
Well, you should, because that is a 4 great.
I'm so sorry. Who are you?
I look around to make sure everybody sees this happening. I am Regina Leixner.
I'm so sorry. Of course you are. Let me make a phone call to see if I can find out where she might have gone.
Tell Miss Jaeger I am in desperate need of her attention.
Oui. And she gets on the phone and she starts making a few phone calls. She's wait. Hello. Yes, oui. I'm wondering if we have some information about where Miss Jaeger went. Mm-hmm. Yes. I will wait. Mm-hmm. So, one moment. Wait. Yes. I believe it's Kroner was his name. Mm-hmm.
Kroner.
Yes. Madam. Oui. I see.
This is where she has gone. Who she has gone with.
One moment. Yes. His name is Kroner. Please. All right, I will wait. I see. Okay, thank you. If you excuse me, Miss Jaeger went out with her driver just a short time ago. We do not know when she will be back, though.
Unacceptable.
Yes, but she has...
What are you going to do about this?
We can leave a message for you.
You mean one of the most important women in all of Paris and you don't have her itinerary?
No, she...
Are you even doing your jobs in this hotel?
No, she has gone off with her driver and attaché. I don't know where they went. Could be anywhere. But I'm certain that she is safe.
Well, You leave a note for Miss Yeager from Miss Leixer, telling her I am terribly disappointed that her presence will not be here for what was going to be a lovely and personal afternoon.
She hands you a piece of stationery and a pen.
Like, take my glove off, slap it down on this counter.
She is often away.
Take this.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, so you have said. Did they hire you because you say you're sorry?
Well, it is just that you are upset, but I cannot tell you where every single guest goes.
I'm not upset. Who said I was upset?
No, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm so sorry.
I guess I'm just going to have this picnic alone. And I slide the letter across. Oh, no, wait. I seal it. I kiss it.
There's no
I
sealing.
slide it across.
It's a piece of paper. There's no envelope.
I fold it. I kiss it. I slide it across. It says exactly what I said earlier. Wonderful afternoon. You missed your opportunity. Blah, blah, blah. Picnic, picnic, picnic. And I kind of scutter out of the front door.
And, and she sort of just looks very nervous as you sort of walk out with your two guards who are, as you approach these, they're the guards at the hotel who sort of regard you like you've got the entire sort of lobby. There are maids and bellhops who are all sort of watching this scene and tittering a bit. It was like, oh, and the guards sort of the guards who stay at this door, who watch everybody come in and out, sort of nod at you, sort of with a bit of concern, as they sort of look at you as you're walking out with this big basket.
And I pitter back into the car. And you know what? I know they're following behind me. And I turn around and I look with just a little tear in my eye at the two men standing there with the coats. And I go, I can't even stare at the two of you anymore.
And Dirk comes and opens the door for you.
Just the smell of all of this gun oil makes me weak.
And Dirk goes,
oh, if there was only one less of you.
And Dirk goes, should we take you somewhere else, madame?
Yes! Just because, loud enough for everybody to hear as I get to go, just because she stood me up does not mean that I will not enjoy a wonderful afternoon. Come, both of you are going to row me down the river.
And we'll take you to the Pont Neuf. Oui?
Oh, definitely there was only one of you. And you, I say to the drivers, I get it, this is all your fault. You did not drive fast enough. Had you gotten here in time, she would have still been here.
And he goes, well, we don't know even when she left. She could have left a long time ago.
Are you telling me I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
No, we don't know. She might have left very early in the morning.
Well, I know that I am not wrong.
So, we don't even know when she left it. She could have gone.
Just take me to the river.
Yeah. And they get in the car and they drive off. And as you're driving down the road, and with these guards at the hotel sort of watching you leave, and Dirk looking very uncomfortable, and the other guard up front sort of sitting there trying to be stone-faced as you're moving towards the Pont Neuf down the Seine, why don't we find out, what Oscar is doing? If I recall correctly, Oscar is currently inside of the small apartment, well, really a room that Marie and our good Luke stay in, which has got a very low ceiling, sort of like a half floor. Inside, preparing, as outside of this room, you have heard the sounds of a number of soldiers, really Gestapo agents, waiting outside for you. And you are inside.
I sure am.
Mm-hmm. And they say, all right, lad, come out. We have you surrounded. We have some questions for you. Come on out.
Oscar did yell out, where is my woman? Again, apologies for the possessive nature of that statement, but he screamed it out deliberately as Hogar Leichner, because he's still dressed as Hogar as he just left the area, and he is smoking a cigarette at the kitchen table, or the little kitchenette table that they have right there.
Mhm.
And he's got his gun on the table.
Mhm.
And this person says, "Lad."
Mhm. Yes,
Uh,
he does.
he picks up the phone.
You wait for the operator to connect you, and as you do, they're going to just do something at this moment. Just take us right back over here to this little map, and I'm going to just take these aspects off and just put our new ones on, just there for the moment. They're going to just do a real quick thing. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't worry about it, but I should probably just add, if you don't mind, where is it? This one, I think. Let's see. Yes. So, I'm gonna just make a short, little, brief attack. I wouldn't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't be concerned in any way by what is about to happen. You hear as let me just make this right now, and let me turn that. Where's my? There it is. +3. That's a fair. Okay. All right.
They burst in and shoot me?
No. They don't burst in and shoot you. If they shot you, you'd be able to get a defense. But instead, you see, unfortunately, no, that was a terrible roll. That was like an awful roll. Is that even right? -3. Yeah, no, that is right.
Yep, that's right.
That is correct. I do not get to have any free invokes on this. But as you're sitting there picking up the phone, you hear that, and you see a canister shoot into the room and fall onto the floor. And out of this canister,
May I retort?
You may.
I'd like to throw it back.
Right now, I will tell you, there is an aspect on the floor, which is tear gas. There is some tear gas hanging out.
This isn't his first tear gas rodeo.
I know, I'm just telling you, there's some tear gas, but we are in a conflict. That is one group that did that. The second group is going to shoot another canister of tear gas out, just because this is their...
These aren't attacks?
These are, because they're not attacking you personally, they're putting it in the room, right? They're sort of creating an advantage is what they're doing. Which is that there's tear gas in the room, because they're not doing their attack, but they want to get their person. Oops, I need to. This is a 5. They want to get their person out. Okay, one more tear gas,
and I have no defense against this.
It doesn't do anything to you yet. There's tear gas. They're creating an advantage, which is that there is tear gas filling up this room.
Okay.
They have 2 free invokes on that one. Now, what would you like to do? They will
on
pass
the phone.
it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to note that tear gas is now filling up this room.
He pulls down his bike goggles and gets ready to inhale deeply. And that's going to be me creating an advantage of something in a second. But I'm going to continue my first action, which was to create the call. Can I do that?
Well, you're on the phone. You have to wait for the operator to pick up.
Sure. Yeah. Just picked up his gun and points it at the door.
Yeah. So you hear the operator go, click, click. Hello?
Hotel Majestic.
One moment. We will connect you. And you're going to have to take your physique roll to create an advantage to prepare yourself for this gas.
Sure. Good.
Mm-hmm. This is just a 2, so you have prepared with 1 free invoke.
Okay.
And let me get that for you. Who would you like to pass it to?
It doesn't matter. Whatever the group outside, I guess.
Well, we're going to pass it to the tear gas. I need you to make...
The tear gas is alive?
The tear gas gets to make an attack. Every time you're in a room with the tear gas, it's 2. It's your physique. So I need 2. You can also leave the room, which is what they would like.
Here is the argument that I have.
Mm-hmm.
I have a stunt
Yes.
that helps me defend against attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because I am basically acting like things don't hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm allowed to roll my perform until I take stress.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
However, it does say that's against fight attacks.
Yes.
Is this considered a fight attack?
It is not. This is a hazard, is what this is. But it's 2. Physique 2 to sort of withstand this tear gas, and you have to make 2 of them.
Great.
1 is great. Well, that's the first tear gas. Second one?
That's also great.
That second tear gas, it's 2. I'm going to spend 1 of those free invokes on that second tear gas to tie with you. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to tie with you, which will give me a boost. Unless you want to spend your prepared.
I'll take my prepared.
Okay. Fair. Pass it over to the soldiers. And the soldiers...
Well, the tear gas will pass it to the soldiers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they'll say, "Come on out. We have you surrounded. Come out." And this is going to be a provoke attack. You hear this one voice up front. It goes, "If you don't come out, we are going to come in there. You do not want that. We are supposed to take you alive, but we don't mind killing you if it's necessary." And this is going to be a provoke attack.
Is that will or?
Yes. And this is, sorry, I get a +2 because of stunt. So this is 1. Please roll your will against a 1.
2.
Yeah. So that's one group who's like, trying to be threatening at you, which does not seem to work. The second group is going to take aim. For when
Okay.
they're going to create an advantage and take aim.
Sure.
Yeah. Which is 2, 3, 5, 6. How can I roll so badly? That is awful. They need to hit a 3. They do not create the advantage. They'll pass it to the gas. 2 physique rolls.
Wait, the gas
Because it's a new
went
round.
after me.
It's popcorn. They get to choose who they go. They went,
Yeah.
and they're gonna give it to the gas. So that's 2 physiques. Mm-hmm.
It's like you want me to lose this, Trooper.
I'm telling you.
I don't want to lose it.
I don't know.
It's great.
Mm-hmm. One more.
That one's fair.
That's a tie. I will use that free invoke to make it a 4 versus your 2.
I will use a fate point.
Tell me what justifies it. That'll tie.
I'm pissed.
That's not an aspect.
The show must go on.
Fair. I will get a boost against you, and that is that you've got some poor vision, right? It's like it's smoky in here, and that'll just be a boost I have. They will pass it to you.
Do I have the Hotel Majestic?
Hello, Hotel Majestic.
Hello, this is Captain Holger Leichschnapp. I am under attack at the flower shop on Zaza, wherever we are. It appears to be some so-called air quote French Gestapo. Could you please send some people here to protect me, as they are apparently trying to kill me with tear gas?
Oh, of course. We will be there as soon as we can.
Can you give
And
me?
he said that very loudly.
Can you give me the? Address?
He repeats it, whatever the
Yes,
address
yes,
is.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, we will be there as soon as we can. We will also try to call the head of the French Gestapo. We'll see what we can do. We will see what we can do. And cuts the hangs up on you.
He leaves it off the hook and double taps it for the operator again, and just leaves it off.
Okay. That was your first turn, and that ends the second round. But you get to decide who goes next for the third round.
It's going to be me.
Because I just was wondering, because it's your choice.
Right. And I'm going to jump out the fucking window.
Okay. Now this is a small
Second
window.
floor.
Yep. This is a small window, second floor. Please make your athletics. Now you're gonna have to. Do you want to go through the window, or do you want to break it first?
I think it's more badass if I just go through it.
Please do. If you would.
More
Good.
schematic.
That is a tie.
Okay. I do have several. I believe the I'm better than yous were the ones I generated at the end of my last episode.
Yes, you do. You have 2.
I'm going to use one of those right now because Oscar is 1,000% better than these a-holes.
Okay.
And
absolutely. You crash through these windows, through this, and it's like not a very big window, and there's no balcony because it's just like this little half floor. And you crash through, and you're going to go and plummet down. I need you to roll your athletics for to sort of deal with this sort of damage that's
superhero
coming.
landing.
Yes, please do.
Ooh. I'm going to re-roll that with a
fate point.
Fate point, yeah.
That means you have no fate points left.
Yeah. Fate point chicken, right?
Yes. That is you missed it by, there was a 3, you missed it by 2.
I'll use my other, I have 2 invokes on the Oscar's better than you.
That's a tie, which means there'll be a boost against you. By the way, I'm going to use that smoky eyes to boost that up, so you're down by 2.
Okay, and that's a hazard attack then?
Because it makes it hard to get my landing, so you're going to have to deal with 2 stress.
Right.
Yeah.
For my stunt, though, I need it to be...
Yeah.
Okay,
hazard.
I will take... You know what? I won't... Then, if that's the case, I won't... If I don't spend the thing, that means I would soak 4 stress?
That is correct.
I'm going to soak that.
Okay.
And keep my 1 aspect.
Okay.
My 1 invoke.
For physical, who do you pass it to?
The smoke.
The smoke is going to continue to fill that space, both of them. The soldiers are going to, one group is going to go into the room to sort of try and shoot at you from out there. We've got one, and the other is going to try to come downstairs, but there are also soldiers on the street because this was an ambush for Luke. They're going to shoot at you.
Not deterred by the...
Oh, the smoke went first.
Nazi officer stuff, or...
Isn't that interesting?
Isn't that interesting?
Isn't that interesting? They are going to shoot at you. That's a 3 plus 3. That's a 6. That's a 5. I need an athletics.
Okay, so now that I'm actually in combat, I can use my perform until I take stress.
Yes. Right. Yes. Because that stress was not from the stress that you got was from a hazard, not attack, so it doesn't invalidate your stunt.
Correct.
Ooh.
That's why I checked.
That's a tie. They are going to use one of the fate points to bring them up to a 7 versus your 5. Because if they beat you, they're...
I use that invoke that I pocketed.
Yes. They will use their ammo to give them a +2. So they're up by 2. So they basically empty their clips on you.
Friends, I need a fate point from the group pool.
Yeah, don't die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take one of those, and the show must go on.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Doc.
Tied. I will use
They
one
have to
more.
reload now next round.
They do. I will use one more fate point on them to give them one more, and I'm going to have them use their Carlin You Soldier aspect to bring them up one more to beat you by 2.
Is there a way that I can go back and see my list of aspects that we have, the invokes that I have?
Absolutely. Let me.
Because I feel like I have something.
I don't think of anything that's actually relevant to this situation, but let me see what we have.
Maybe not. Maybe I can't, honestly can't remember.
Yeah, I put you up there because I think you have, because you've got you Better Than You is done. All of your other stuff are for your other people. Schmidt, Brockhaus. Yeah.
Okay, I have a... Okay, since I made the call and took 2 rounds to do that.
They're on their way, but they have to get here.
Can I use one of my big brother to Schmidt and Brockhaus to make the sounds of their arrival, whether it be sirens or just, charging of cars, something that I could use and invoke for, since these guys, when they shoot, they realize, oh, there's somebody coming.
Well, what we would do is, let's see, this is their turn now, right? So Schmidt and Brockhaus are going to have to take, like, your boys are going to have to take their turn to get here. It'll take them 3 successes to get here, so they're going to have to roll their drive, which is a difficulty of 3. And I can roll it. You can give it to them and have them come over, but they're at this moment, you're dealing with them still beating you by 2.
So there's no way I can use that.
Not yet. You can when they're on their way over. You can use that to help get them here closer, faster. But they have to take their turn.
And what's the consequence if I don't do this? I have to soak 2?
You have to soak 5 because they've got big guns.
I have to soak 5?
Mm-hmm.
You can't fight smoke, everybody.
As a hail of bullets come streaming out of this window as you land on the street. It's currently a tie. No, they currently have you by 2.
So is there any more fate points we can give?
There's one more group fate point.
One.
Mate, use it.
I hate to do it, but if you all say it's okay, I'm not going to say no.
Freaking
Yeah.
die!
What's the aspect?
We don't want you to die.
Let me see. The aspect that I'm going to use here.
Yeah. I have. Go for it.
The balance of war, because I am going to murder these sons of bitches this next round.
Okay. They will get a boost on you as they shoot at you. They pass it to their to the other squad, who's going to start making their way out the other direction. So they're moving out the other direction. I believe everybody in this turn has gone except for Brockhaus.
The tear gas.
They already went. The tear gas already went. Brockhaus and Brockhaus, Schmidt, and your boy, they're going to go, and they're going to try to make their way here. Brockhaus is your driver, and he rolls a fair. The difficulty is 3. Would you like to use your invoke?
I have to, yeah. I have to get them here as quickly as possible. So if I use both of them, does that give them an advance?
It gives them 2, yes. And they will only need 1 more.
So they would get here Potentially next round.
next round, yeah.
I will use both of them.
It is done. They get into their vehicles, and they're like, other people are coming, right? But they're coming faster, and they start screaming through the streets of Paris, making their way towards you to try to sort of see what's going on with their boy. It is their go. They're the end of the round. They're going to pass it to you because, they like you.
So these guys are still hanging out the windows?
You've got people hanging out the windows who've just fired at you. Another squad has left. They're heading out. And then you've got these people at the checkpoints. So you've got like a kind of far away, like maybe like sort of 2 zones away. You've got a squad over there and a squad over there, and they're shouting.
Okay, these guys shot at me.
They did.
So
They did.
I am going to roll all the dice proverbially and literally here to I'm going to shoot back at them and stay very apparent. So in the hopes that my guys get here in the next round and the odds are evened.
Okay. Which ones do you want to shoot at?
The ones that was, how many of them were hanging out the window to shoot me? 2 or something? Or?
Yeah, you've got that crowd. You can see there's about 4 of them up there, and then you've got like 4 down the street in 2 different directions.
Right, but I'm currently, what am I, in the alley or like in the middle of the street?
You're in the middle of the street, right in the middle of the street, right in front of the flower shop, because their window's right in front of that. So you're like right in the middle of the street.
What's around? Give me I need a sit rep here.
So
other than street.
So
you've
got a pretty wide boulevard, right? And you've got the flower shop that's part of this big 6-story building. You've come out the little half story that's in between the first floor and basically the second floor, where you've got like sort of small apartments and also supplies. So you've sort of come out, you sort of rolled off this awning. You have got on either end of the street about like, you've got these roadblocks, as you've got sort of like a roadblock set up with a group of like a little cluster of 4 soldiers, these French Gestapo at the end of one roadblock, on the other end another. And you're on a street that has a number of these sort of big houseman buildings with these sort of storefronts basically on the bottom floor. Bakeries. There's a little bakery actually close by. Flower shops. Clothing stores. So it's like you're like in a street that's got a bunch of like different sort of businesses, right, sort of on it, and then of course apartments above, and the streets themselves are somewhat not completely clean. They're all right, and things have been mostly emptied out as you have these people waiting for you.
Can I?
Well, they weren't waiting for you. They were waiting for me.
Right.
But...
The nearest shop, which I'm assuming would be directly beside the flower shop.
Yep.
Does it have? Can I get inside it?
You can. You can also concede.
No.
Okay. Then don't. Give me you can move through the space. You can move into that flower shop. You can always move one zone just for free for movement. But then when you get inside, what do you do?
Get behind something.
Give yourself an advantage.
Athletics.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm aiming at the door, getting behind something. So, advantageous position or my ground or home field or whatever. So
athletics.
Damn, average.
You need a 2. You're behind cover, but you get no free invokes. Right?
Gotcha.
So you are behind cover, but you have no free invokes on it. Who do you pass it to? You're the top of the round.
Yes.
No. I am going to pass it to my guys.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Mm-hmm. They mediocre. They're not the best drivers. They are making their way through the streets, but the streets are sort of, there's people in the way. They're trying to get there. They are not yet here this round. They are going to pass it to
the tear gas is what they're going to do, because that's what they got. We're going to get the fellows in this group start coughing and hacking. The guys that are up there on top of the windows, they start coughing and hacking as the tear gas is sort of like filling. They have some protection because they actually have gas masks on, but they're clearly like not seeing well, and they're gonna move out of that room. The other squad comes out onto the street to look for you. The people on the ends, they go, it went in the bakery. It went in the bakery. Get him. That's what they do. One of them calls out. The other one, one of the other squads starts moving down the alley. They've got down the boulevard. They've got maybe a little bit more before they get to you. That's the end of that round. They will pass it to the ones who came down. That one's they come out. They get in front of the bakery to look in. And they are going to shoot at you. This one group. That's a 6. 8.
All right, well, I still haven't taken damage from them.
Nope. Athletics.
Fuck.
Okay, that's they've got you by 3, which will be a 6.
How much bonus does cover get?
Only if you invoke it, and he didn't get any invokes on it.
Okay.
But it'll be 6 physical. They shout the direction in French, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Well, goodbye, everybody. I'm not conceding, so they're going to kill me.
Well, you don't know what their goal is. 6 physical.
I'll take it. It'll kill him.
No. First, you take your stress, right?
I can't soak it.
Well, what is your top physical stress? 3?
4, but it's filled.
So you take your 3. Well, actually, I would say it's 6, right? So take your 2, and then you take a consequence, your 4-slot consequence.
But I can elect to die here if I want to.
Not yet. You can concede, but what happens when you concede is that's different. You decide how you're taken out. But right now you have to take a consequence, which will be shot up your 4. Now, if you like, you may concede. You've got this. Now you're in this flower shop, right? And you can hear some people behind you whimpering, because there are people who work here, right? Who are huddled down back behind these counters and kind of freaking out. And you can hear people shouting, "Come out! Come out!" I'm going to ask if you'd like to concede.
No.
So you've got your 2 and your 4 filled. Why don't we?
I have my 1, my 2, and my 4 filled.
You have your 1, your 2, and your 4.
And I have a 4 moderate consequence.
And you have a 4 moderate consequence. But you have your 2 and your 6 open, and you have your 3. They're going to... one of them yells, "Give up! You should give up now!" And that is going to be one of the other squads sort of moves in, and they're going to make a provoke against you, which is just a 3. Mediocre. Would you roll your will? You are not threatened by these people at all. They are going to pass it to... Did you top the round? You did, right? Yes. So that's
I don't know what round we're in, so I went... It was me and then to Schmidt and all the guys. And
and so the other 2 come in, start moving in. The people up top sort of reload. which is then they're going to pass it to you. This is the top of the next round. Round 4.
Oh yeah, he's returning fire.
Go ahead. You've got one squad ahead of you.
That's a crit.
That is a crit. Let me roll. There are 4 of them. Okay, that's 8. Eight. Explain to me how you slaughter this entire squad that's in front of you.
How many are there?
4.
4 shots.
You know there are there are a total of 4 that were upstairs who are probably coming down and choking a bit, and 2 more out the back. So you've probably got 3 more squads of 4. 2 coming in, but you cannot see them yet, and 1 that's probably coming down from upstairs.
He fires 3 shots out, and if one of them, the guy that was talking,
Yeah.
that was like getting ready to breach the door,
Yep.
he fires 3 shots out and then sticks the gun out the door and shoots him directly in the head, the guy that was talking.
Mm-hmm. Who do you pass it to?
My guys.
They need a 3. No, they're being stuck in traffic as they're trying to make it through. Also, their roadblocks. They have to sort of make it through their roadblocks. The other 2 squads are going to move in to position, so they're now within visual distance, but they had to move twice. The people upstairs make their way down. It is you. Round 5.
Let's see. What would I... I want to speak as a good German,
Yes?
and I want to use my deceive attack against them,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to let them know that I am Holgar Leichner and you are killing a Nazi officer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That would be a provoke attack.
No, can I use deceive if I'm, oh, wait, damn it. I have that. It's not for them. Okay, never mind.
That would be a provoke
Oh,
attack.
can I create an advantage?
Yes.
A shadow of a doubt. How's that?
Yes.
By using my deceive.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Great.
You will have it. You also have benefit of the doubt in there, by the way.
Mhm.
Already, you have 2 benefits of the doubt, by the way.
That was on, I don't know if that was specifically on Elias though.
Yes,
no,
it was.
because Jaeger has a shadow of a doubt on him.
No,
You
that,
have a benefit of a doubt and a shadow
yeah,
of a doubt.
it's true. You do. So you could use that if you wanted.
Okay.
So if you wanted to do a provoke on them.
Mm-hmm.
I can use a provoke attack with benefit of a doubt, or I
Mhm.
can
Yeah.
use,
If you wanted to.
can I use benefit of a doubt as a defense boost for an invoke?
When they are attacking you, you could. So would you like to use that roll you had to give it an extra?
I want to infuse another
Yeah,
one into that.
absolutely.
So it'd be 3.
Absolutely. Do you want to give it to your boys?
Please.
Come on,
Drive.
boys.
Jesus.
Throw 1. Their drive is only 1. They specialize
Can't you
in.
use one of your fate points for them, Trooper?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. But they're trying hard.
Can I spend one of my under the weathers where they are so concerned about me that they just start?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, you can.
there you go.
Yes,
which
you
would put
can.
it at 3, which is his 3rd success.
And we have no group fate points left, if I remember correctly.
Nope.
That will do it. They are worried about your safety, and because you were under the weather, they start sort of moving as quickly as they can, and you can see them breaching, moving right through one of these. You can see actually one of the roadblocks is like trying to stop them, and they move right through. They just drive through this roadblock and sort of just screech up, and they pull up right in front of this the flower shop. They're going to pass it to. They have to pass it to these guards. There are 2 squads of guards out front. One of whom is going to, one squad is going to put up their hands, and they're going to try to basically keep these guys from getting involved. You know, they're gonna try to keep these guys from getting involved, and that's going to be a provoke attack. They get a bonus on their provoke. 1, 4, so it'll be a 6. Epic. Your guys are going to roll their will defense, and you have 3 of them, so that'll be a 4. They're going to get, so that's 4. Brockhaus and Schmidt are going to sort of like back up, like they're not quite certain what's going on here, right? They sort of like, they step back, and your boy, you know who he is, does not back up at all. He steps forward and he pulls his rifle and he goes. Brockhaus and Schmidt, they're like, oh, like they don't know what's exactly happening, and they are sort of clearly sort of intimidated by these guys who are like, who have guns out, and they're like, this is French Gestapo, this is calling your business, you do not have jurisdiction right here, back off. And Brockhaus and Schmidt step back, but your best boy steps forward with his gun and he goes, I don't think so. And they'll pass it to the other group. There's one other squad that has not moved yet, and that squad is going to continue firing because they've been fired on and they just watch a bunch of people get killed. So they're going to go after you at that moment. And that's a 6 that they're rolling. Fantastic. Athletics.
But you got benefits of doubt.
You do?
I'll spend them all. Yeah.
Okay. That's a tie. They will get a boost on you next go round. But they're all done, and they're going to have to pass it to Clements Brown because he did not kill as many people. So they feel like that'd probably be like a better move.
They think.
Yes. Yes. Clements is going to shoot them. Because that is what he does. He's also a supporting NPC because he's been around quite a bit. He rolls a legendary.
He take out a squad too?
With his gun. He just opens up his rifle and shoots 4 of these Gestapo agents. Just shoots them dead. Just opens up and just mows them down. And he just starts screaming. And he's like, Captain Leixner! As he just shoots, like, a bunch of them. It's a new round. They're going to pass it to you, except that this one last squad who's there, they're going to concede, and they're going to run.
I'm going to shoot them.
If they concede, you cannot get them.
I'm going to shoot at them, I should say. I know that they survived the concession.
Yeah.
But he's going to stumble out of the building having taken a shot in the shoulder.
Yeah.
It comes out and he is firing at them. And he turns to Brockhaus and Schmidt and says, they are all traitors.
And Brockhaus and Schmidt, who have been... they were basically taken out by that provoke.
Yeah.
And they nod, and you can tell that they were panicked in this moment, right? They weren't quite certain what to do. And they sort of nod, and they open the door for you, for the car, and they're like, and Clements Brown just yells and goes like, "Move, Captain!" And he rushes up to you. And he sort of puts his hand on your shoulder that is bleeding terribly on your uniform. And he goes, come. We'll take care of this. And he sort of tries to get you in the car.
When Clemens comes to get him, he stops him from taking him away, and he kisses him on the cheek. And he says, "My son."
And Clements has this look in his eye, right, as you say that. And he is going to try to give you first aid. He is not good at it, though, but you can see him trying to, like, stop this bleeding, and he's just like, "No, come," and he sort of, like, tries to guide you into the back of this sort of nice big sedan car, as he wants to try to take you to a place where you can be helped.
Gets me to the doctor.
And as he yells at Schmidt, "Schmidt, drive! Schmidt takes off down the road, and you can see checkpoint after checkpoint abandoned.
As we're driving off, he is hanging out the window shooting at these fuckers as he's leaving. Like, if he goes by the checkpoints, the guys were standing at the checkpoint. I mean, he's firing at them as he goes by. Everybody's the enemy that was on that block.
I'm going to come back to that. I just want to have a question. You know, I'm going to change the music, you know, to something that is more appropriate. Hey, KP, you're at your clinic, right?
That's where we were going. I don't know if we're already there. Are we
no.
Oh, yeah, you were.
You're there.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And you're in the clinic with this man.
Yeah.
Pierre Bonny, the head of the French Gestapo. And as he looks around at your clinic, he goes, "Oh, it's not bad. Not bad at all, this place. I assume you have access to, morphine, things like this? I mean, you're a doctor."
Actually, yes. I mean, I'm hoping so. That'd be lovely. It is a little... I mean, we've had so many people come through lately that I've had to restock, and eventually, in the wartime effort, sometimes supplies don't quite meet demand.
Oh. Well, you know, if you get some sort of, if you have some sort of credentials, then we can, you perhaps can get extra morphine, which we can then sell on the black market. I think you and I will have a very good relationship, huh?
That would be fantastic. That's... I must say, sir, that it has been an honor to meet you. The level of willingness you have been putting into my effort here in this clinic, as a doctor, as someone who wishes to save lives, and good Nazi lives, this is important to me. And I appreciate a man who is aligned with that vision.
Good. But first we must get to business.
Quite.
If
you don't mind, would you have a seat here? I forgot that I needed to fill out some paperwork that I needed to. It's time sensitive.
Wait. And he sits down on one of the chairs, like probably in your waiting room.
Yeah. So while he's waiting there, I'm gonna go make. Does the waiting room? It's a separate. I take him to more of a private room, something like more towards my office.
Yeah.
I would let him settle down there.
Nice. Which he's
nothing
happy to
there.
do.
Like the office is just. This is more of my front, in the sense of there's no important documents. It's purely medical. Everything's clean. This is where if I ever had a Nazi person come through wanting to do searches, this would be the office I would take them to. Right.
So let me see. I can imagine you come in the front door and you've got a big waiting area with the reception desk on the left, right, and a set of doors that will take you to the back of the clinic, where you probably have a couple of different rooms to be like a, what do you call them? Something rooms. Rooms
prep room?
No,
Like exam rooms?
Thank you. Exam rooms. I was like, what's that room? Like examination rooms, right? And you probably also have like a surgery, like on the other side, and like your office and some supplies, or you probably a couple things like that. So imagine you have him in one of these. Would it be in an exam room? Would it be an office?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I would kind of like a consultation.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yes.
So while this is happening, while he's waiting there, I go to the front and I lock the door.
And he calls out to you. You know, you should think twice about working for the little bird. I think that you should stop seeing their women.
I mean, she was just the first person that hired me as soon as I came into town. But I mean, in about a couple months, my obligations will be over anyways. She'll be delivering and move on.
Ah, yes. Well, but the thing is, it would be very convenient to me if they did not actually... actually, how about this? If I give you a lot of influence, a lot of money, how about if I give you more money than she could ever give you, and you give me some paperwork saying that their women all have diseases, and that will shut them down for a bit, and then I can make my move. And then you will be handsomely rewarded.
I do think that's something that could be negotiated. That actually sounds... I mean, I would love to. Once again, if I have to ask then if I were to do something, it is quite of a risky maneuver to mention. It would be a stain on my career if anyone were ever to find out.
And he's calling out to you because you're still in that
Yeah. I say that. I'm like, one moment. So first and foremost, lock the door.
Could you just do me a favor?
Down. Yes.
Could you roll for me? Tradecraft.
Okay. Hold up. Let me open my character sheet. Oh, not right click. Okay.
I see. You have an aspect that you have put on this place, and it's called Locked Doors.
Yeah.
With a free invoke, by the way. Just.
So I set that up.
Just noting it.
I set that up. And then what I do is, as he's waiting and the door's closed, right? I will walk into the operating room, and as I'm still talking to him, I bring out a bottle of essentially laughing gas, and I attach a tube to it, and I feed it through a crevice, and I turn it on into the room that he's sitting in.
I'm going to need you to make a roll.
Yes.
This one would be... Normally, this would be like athletics, but I feel like you have a stunt that allows you to use medicine instead of these things. So make this a medicine roll, if you please.
Strength. Okay.
It's only that's a 4. So
That's
you have
great.
created another aspect. And this one works just like that tear gas, but this is laughing gas. And it has a free invoke on it. Is what you have.
Yeah. I wait until I keep talking to him. I make sure that he's breathing.
Except that we've now just walked into a conflict because you have just put laughing gas in there, and that is going to be a...
Well, my goal was to essentially make him relaxed enough that he doesn't suspect that that's happening, and it's like so that he continues.
Yeah, you
to
won't be able
breathe.
to laughing gas right away. It takes a bit to kick in.
Let me have him roll his awareness. It's really good.
Oh, baby.
He doesn't notice it. But we are in a conflict.
Okay.
We'll have to pass it to the laughing gas.
Okay.
Which is he has to roll his physique. He rolls a 4 versus your difficulty of a 2, so he does not yet currently impacted by that laughing gas.
Sure.
Uh,
I continue to talk to him. So what made you wish to invest in a clinic? I feel like that is not something most people talk about, or I don't know. It just feels like many folks nowadays are not so medically inclined or seem to be.
why don't
What's the
you
word?
Why don't you roll your medicine to add invokes onto that laughing gas?
Okay. That's a fair.
That, because you've already created it, that's enough.
Okay.
That's enough.
Okay.
He goes, are you kidding? Medicine as money and also drugs. And money and drugs are excellent things to do. Would you like the laughing gas note to go next or him?
Well, the laughing gas.
Mm-hmm. He will have to roll his physique. That's a 1 versus a 2. He's missing it by 1. Would you like to do anything about that?
As in like boost it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So I'd like to, yeah, I'll boost it with which one should I do? I feel just as an Oxford doctor.
You also have 2 free invokes on laughing gas.
Uh-huh.
Oh, so use the laughing gas. Okay, yeah, I'll use the
Yes.
laughing gas to bump it up.
That puts it a 6 versus his 1, which is beating him by 5. Is that good for you?
That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. He soaks 4, but you give him a consequence.
Mhm.
And that consequence is groggy.
Mm. So as soon as I start
with a
hearing
3
his
invoke, by the way.
as I start hearing him slur a little or feel groggy, essentially what I don't want him to go to sleep. I want him still slightly.
Laughing gas won't do that. You'll just get loopier and loopier.
Yeah.
But it's his go, and he's like, oh, right?
Mhm.
And he gets up and he goes, what's going on? And he's going to go to the door. And he's going to try to get out of the door.
Door's locked.
I assume you've locked. He's going to use his physique to try to get out. So he rolls a 6 to try to bust through this door. Your door is a 3. That's passive opposition, but you do have a free invoke, which you put at a 5. If you spent a fate point, you wouldn't get through.
I'll spend 1 fate point.
But what's the aspect?
I'm going to do the well, first and foremost, hold up. Being in my clinic,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that gives me some sort of an
does.
advantage. Where is it? Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Your clinic is state of the art, and it does give you an advantage.
Yeah. My state of the art clinic. That's what gives 2 medicine or rapport when at clinic to overcome. Plus 2.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So
he starts joggling at the doors and goes, "Hey, what is this, huh? Hey,
what's happening? Hey, are you all right?
No, the door's locked. Something's something's
I'm
wrong."
sorry. That's one of the things about this clinic. It just we have some jammed doors, and the spring, the changing of the seasons has caused it to warp. I'll be right back. Let me go grab something to pull at it. It sometimes can get quite stuck.
Okay.
Relax. Deep breaths. Relax.
Deep breaths.
What would you like to do?
I just want him to keep getting a little more loopy. Just a little bit, like having relaxed, and then sit back on the chair.
Would you like to add free invokes to your laughing gas?
Yes.
Please roll that medicine. Remember, you get a +2.
Yeah. Where did this go? Medicine, and then in there, just do I add the number 2 to it?
Yeah, but don't put plus, just a 2.
Yeah, just a 2. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's 1 more free invoke.
Yep.
Would you like the laughing gas to go next?
Yes.
He rolls physique. He rolls a 5 versus that 2. But you have a free invoke in the laughing gas, and he's groggy, which would bring him up. Would get him. He would lose more stress. Only 1. Only 1.
What's his stress at now?
He has a 2 and a 3 slot open.
Okay.
And he's like, no, the door, and he's going to try again to get through this door because he's getting a little nervous.
Okay.
He rolls enough to bust open the door by 2.
Okay. Okay, and the thing is, like, the way Pritham had set it up, essentially all he did was brought like a gurney next to the door.
Yep.
So it just looks like it was there.
Yep.
It wasn't looking suspicious.
Yep.
And then you see Pritham like walking back as if though he's about to pull on the door. He says, oh, strong man. That takes me like forever to open that door normally.
It's your go. And you see him, and he's looking groggy. He's a little confused.
Are you all right? One moment. Hey, come here. And then I start escorting him to the back to the operating area.
I feel like that you're making a deceive roll.
I'm thinking like more of empathy.
Empathy, okay.
Just simply because like trying to empathize with him. Like, hey, you seem. Are you all right? You seem a little loopy there. Are you fine?
So empathy is to read people and to get a sense of where they're at.
Oh, okay.
Which you certainly can do. To get a sense about him if you wanted.
No, I already know exactly what the type of person he is. So, with that being said, then I'm going to go ahead and roll them deceive. Yes, I shall do. Now likey.
Let me roll his empathy.
Okay.
Oh! I would if I spend a fate point, I will.
That brings you to a -1.
Yep.
Yeah.
I am not going to spend it because I feel like you're just going to outspend me right there.
Yep.
So you're going to get an advantage on him.
Yeah. Okay.
What would you like to call it? As you.
Oh,
maybe
my
unsuspecting, perhaps.
Oh no, more so. He's my doctor.
He's my doctor. Oh my goodness. That's 2 free invokes, and he sort of walks with you towards the back, and he goes, "All right, but what is going on?"
Not sure. Perhaps it's I don't know. Have you had anything to drink today? Have you been hydrated? Sometimes we can go a little loopy if we don't get enough water.
No,
I've been walking around quite a bit, and I did offer you a drink back at the brothel, but you refused.
No, I did not. And he's going to try to shake himself out of this, right? Try to get himself.
I'm like, come this way. Let me fix you something up. Then we can work this out. Come over here.
He's going to roll his physique to try to reinforce himself because he's feeling really off. And he unfortunately ties only to sort of create a good aspect on himself, which means he can succeed at a minor cost, fail but gain a boost, or partially succeed. And I think he's going to fail but get a quick boost that he can use as he sort of walks with you where you're taking him.
Just to the back to the examination room, kind of like the how they have the office room. Not the office rooms, the rooms with the not the gurney, but it's just a place where they can sit. You can just relax. And I was like, all right, you just lay down here, just relax. And then I go to get a towel and basically do like a cold compress, and I put it on his head. All right, stay right there. Let me fix you up a drink. I feel like you need some hydration.
Are you trying to give yourself more bonuses on He's My Doctor?
Yes. Basically, I want him to fully trust me.
Medicine. And he will roll his. And you get a +2 because you're in your clinic.
Yeah, that's... Oh, shoot, I forgot to do that. Yes.
So we'll just add it. That's a 4 versus his empathy. So that's 2 more free invokes on He's My Doctor.
Yep.
And
so with that, I go out. I make a drink, but...
Make him a cocktail?
Yeah, making something. And the thing is, Trooper, I have been doing my research.
By the way, he's going to go and try to go and get himself back. He's going to try to give himself an advantage.
Okay.
He is able to give himself one advantage, which is on alert, like waking up. It's 1 free invoke. It's not a lot, but he's trying to. He slaps himself, right? And he's trying to get himself.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, he's feeling off. That's what he's doing. So tell me, what are you doing while he's slapping himself and trying to get himself?
I make him a beverage. But in the process, there's a particular toxin called tetrodotoxin, tetrodotoxin,
Mm-hmm.
which comes from creatures like the pufferfish,
Mm-hmm.
highly deadly if depending on the dosage, but also if done well, or if done with more deft hand who understands dosage, who understands how much a person's body can take,
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily lead to death, but can lead to a total body paralysis.
Interesting. I'm gonna need two things from you. One,
Yes.
I'm gonna need a fate point
Okay.
to say that you have this highly deadly toxin.
Yes.
I would say that most people would not have it, but you are a doctor, you can have access to these things.
And basically, my reasoning is that because I was looking into it, it was discovered around in like the early 1907, I believe, is when it was discovered. And then around this time, and even to this day, people have been trying to research if it could be used in medicine for some reason, some way. And so, considering I have a state-of-the-art clinic,
Absolutely.
and had asked for a lot of things that are outside of what your usual clinic would have, that was how I justified that I had this.
So just spend a fate point, and it is yours.
I did.
And then roll medicine.
Where'd my sheet go?
And you get a +2 for your state-of-the-art clinic.
Yes, sir, I did. Character sheet keeps closing on. All right, I have +2. What did I get? Yeah, that is a
We will call this Deadly Toxin with 2 free invokes.
Yeah.
Just by the way.
Yes. So I go in there, I mix it, I go in there, I take it to him. And mind you, once again, the amount of dosage I give him is enough to more so paralyze him permanently rather than kill him.
I'm going to need a deceive from you as you hand him this drink.
Good.
I'm going to roll his empathy.
Yeah. I don't need to use anything.
I am going to... Oh, man. I've got so many free invokes. I will spend 1.
Okay.
I will spend 1 with his... invoking his free aspect. KG Survivor. To bring it to 2 versus your 3.
Because this is the poisoning roll, right? This is
no. This is the convince him to drink it.
Convince him to drink it. Gotcha.
I have to spend 1 more.
It's still 2 to 3, but
I have to spend 1 more. I'll spend my last one. Right? And that is, he is, his trouble aspect, that he's paranoid.
Okay.
So he's beating you by 1 at the moment.
Isn't he groggy, though?
He's very groggy, and on top of that, as he tries to resist, I'm assuming he's like, "Oh no, I'm good. It's fine." And I say, "Sir, please let me do my job. You've seen me before. You've seen me earlier. Trust me. You've seen what I'm capable of, and I think this is a simple solution to all your problems."
Are you using one of your free invokes on He's My Doctor?
Yes.
You're beating him by 1. He will use that free boost he had, so he's beating you by 1. As he's like, I'm not very thirsty. I don't.
I look him in the eyes and say, "Sir, if I want to do business with someone who wishes to establish some sort of relation with my medicine and my clinic, I would like to work with someone that has trust in the process and trust in my capabilities. If you do not trust me, what kind of image are you going to put out to the world? That you want to promote this, and yet you yourself would not listen? You yourself would not use this clinic? What kind of message do you put?"
I assume you're going to use one more He's My Doctor?
Yes.
He looks at you, and you talked business. So he goes and he takes this drink, and he takes a drink of it, and he coughs.
Sorry, perhaps it's a bit strong.
He's going to need to make a roll. That's going to be his physique.
Okay.
I'm going to need you to make a roll. Could you make a... Well, you've got... Yeah, a medicine roll.
Yeah, with a +2. Okay. I will use a fate point.
Well, right now you have
Oh,
free invokes.
This is the
Oh, sorry,
poison.
yeah,
Dump it. Just dump them all into there. Yeah.
Go
This is
ahead.
it.
I'll dump the whole lot.
You have 2 deadly toxins and 2 He's My Doctors for a plus
2 deadly toxins, go.
8.
Yeah.
And he's groggy. He hasn't used that invoke yet.
Yeah.
He actually has already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's a 13. What do you know? That's a
12.
12. 12
Yeah.
versus his 5. He'll use waking
I
up.
think it's a critical.
So that's 12 versus 7. You're beating him by 5. Do you think that's enough?
Oh yeah.
It's not.
Oh, it's
No,
not.
no, definitely not. You gotta nuke him, man.
Oh yeah. Then there we go.
Nuke
Here we
him.
go. Here's a fate point. I will be using my doe-eyed prince
Uh-huh. Very
to make him
yeah.
be very, empathetic, very believable. It's that moment where Gandalf goes, "Don't tempt me, Frodo," and then leans in and goes, "I'm only trying to help you." So essentially, yell at him, and then make him feel relaxed. Basically,
And
scold him like a little child as a one.
uh, you
And then after that, I will use another one.
Yep.
What is
Uh-huh.
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm,
Look, I've nuked enough people. You just
Yep.
gotta dump. You
Yep.
just gotta
mhm.
So for that,
orbit.
to use my obvious, I haven't used my other ones at all right now so far.
Nope.
So my trained doctor.
Let me ask you,
Mhm.
how would you like to take him out?
So as he is starting to drink, and you start to see him slack a little, like lean back.
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine at a certain point, like any person, you try to tap your toes, you try to shuffle your feet. Maybe he needs to get a little more comfortable in the gurney. But as he's trying to do these things, slowly but surely, he was realizing he's unable to move. So his bodies are starting to not respond. He's very conscious, still aware. But as time progresses, you see him slowly sink into the gurney and not have any response, except for his breathing. He's still breathing. He's still aware and conscious.
And his hat falls off of his head, right? As he
Yes.
struggles to try and move, and he can't. And a look of panic crosses his eyes.
So I lean at that point over and he goes, when I took up being a doctor, I made an oath. I've said to myself, and this is standard for everybody, for sure, but especially for me, that I would do my best to protect every life and give my full effort to put out, to save as many lives as I can, to assist as many people as I can, whether it is external injuries or mental. And let me say, sir, just having this one day with you already made it very clear that you are suffering mentally. You have so much that you need to be processed, so much trauma, so much ill will inside you. Did you know in my culture, a doctor, a medicine person, is called a Vaidya? And Vaidya, I forget the Sanskrit translation. I've never quite really, studied in class and learned too much Sanskrit. But for us, Vaidyas or doctors or medicine folk are considered another form of God on earth. Because just like God, they come here to help, to heal, to save people, and to educate. And I feel today it is my duty to help educate you on why. But your actions earlier today were so wrong. And I feel if I were to just tell it to you, I really don't think you would understand. So, the best way I feel is for you to have experienced the pain, the trauma, the hurt the poor lass had felt, and I'm assuming anybody else in your life that you have inflicted upon have felt. Feel you just lack empathy. Just lack a sense of understanding. So I just need to thank you for giving me this opportunity to help educate you. Thank you. And truth be told, whether you actually learn or not, know that you are going to still save lives. You are still going to go on and do great things. Who knows? Someone may need a heart, and he points at his heart. Someone else may need a liver. Another might come and need a kidney. I said, wartime means less supplies, greater demand. It's very hard to find organs nowadays. Before I even poisoned you, I don't know if anybody would even want your heart. It's so disgustingly filled with malice and hatred. We'll see that. We'll cross that bridge as it comes. But until then, shall we begin our education? And then at that point, the camera pans out.
Do we see you with a scalpel?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. And the camera pans out as our prince has scalpel in hand, and the head of the French Gestapo can't move on this gurney, tries to move even a finger, but can move nothing. And before we go to break, we see Frieda going to the prince's apartment and heading up the stairs and knock on the door. And after a few beats, the door opens, and there you see, with a gun, just in case, Angelo. And before we get his reaction, we're going to go to break. We have got Regina being driven by her drivers with a very important question of exactly where is Nikoletta right now? Because she's somewhere doing something. And that is true.
Oh, I wonder.
And will Oscar be all right? Clemens Brown just shot some people. And will Pierre Bonny be all right? No. But my friends, we're going to go to break. Stretch your legs, get some water, and please enjoy episode 2 of This is the Enemy. Good World War II propaganda, and I love KP. I should check though. I don't want to miss anything. I want to see if we had any messages from our wonderful chat, and we did. Draft Deer donated $25. Thank you so much, Draft Deer. Rissa donated $25 and said, "Ooh, this whole episode is going to break some people." And I want to thank Table Story for the raid. And I will say this: we're going to go on a break. When we come back, yeah. That's it, everybody. I love you all. We'll be right back in 10 minutes.
The United States government presents This is Our Enemy. Tonight, millions of Americans are mobilized to win the war and make a peace better than any we've ever had before. But we, the American people, can win neither our war nor our peace unless we understand whom we are fighting. That's what this program is about. Later, we'll hear from Kurt Ries, well-known author of several books on Hitlerism and famous German anti-fascist. This is a program of cruel, hard truth. This is the truth about our enemy. war myths have destroyed more nations than war planes. There was the myth that Hitler's aggressions would end with the Sudetenland. The myth that Hitler's armies would bog down in the mud of Poland. The myth of the invincibility of the Maginot Line. These myths have been partially or wholly the product of Hitler's propagandists. And the latest myth, that the German Army High Command, the Prussian generals, will revolt against Hitler and hand Germany over to the democracies. No, if a revolution comes in Germany, it will be led by the common man, not by the Prussian aristocrats who plotted this war of aggression long before Hitler ever came to power. And though there's no love lost between the Prussian generals and the Nazi Party, though these two factions occasionally do bicker over day-to-day method, they do agree on ultimate aim, world domination. These are simple facts, yet never have they been more apparent than in the case of Corporal Schuster, a common German soldier, Wilhelm Schuster, charged with high treason and tried before a military...
Gentlemen, the court-martial is in session. General von Brauchitsch, Chief of the Military Court, Generals Ritter von Leeb, von Hammerstein, von Kluge, von Cleese presiding. The prosecutor may call the defendant. Corporal Wilhelm Schuster. This way, please. Your Honor, General von Brauchitsch, Chief of the Military Court, the defendant is ready to hear the charge.
The case of Corporal Wilhelm Schuster, attached to the staff of General von Reichenau, deceased, 3rd Sector, Eastern Front, charged with high treason. The prosecutor may begin the court-martial.
Corporal Schuster,
Yes, Herr Prosecutor.
do you understand the charge?
I am a common soldier, Herr Prosecutor, a corporal. Why I am on trial here, I do not know. I do know I am not guilty of treason. And I believe I am not on trial here at all, but someone or something else is. And I am just the excuse. No, I do not even try to understand it.
It's not your place to question the motives of the court-martial upon which your life hangs. Proceed with the testimony, Herr Prosecutor.
Corporal, how long had you been orderly to the late General von Reichenau?
All my life. My father lived on General von Reichenau's estate in Ostelwein. During the peace, the general used to come out to the barn where I was working and make me go through the manual of arms. He was always getting ready for war, planning war. He told me how at the end of the First War, the German general staff never really surrendered, but formed a private corporation and went right on making war plans. When it came time for me to join the army, General von Reichenau made me assigned to him. It was unusual for me to carry dispatches except in extremely confidential matters. I was the only one he could really trust. He was surrounded by spies, Gestapo, and army intelligence.
Confine yourself to the facts.
Yes, sir.
Corporal, please tell the court of the incident that occurred on the Eastern Front involving you and the late General von Reichenau.
We were deep in the Ukraine. The Russians were counterattacking. One day, General von Reichenau sent for me and told me of a dispatch. Corporal Schuster reporting, sir.
Do you know how to read a map, Corporal?
Yes, sir.
You see where we are now? Right here. How do you reach Poltava from here?
This road here. Then here. And there's Poltava.
Good. You avoided the supply routes like a good secret dispatch carrier should. Now, when you get to Poltava, find the hotel and deliver these dispatches to the SS group leader, Pelka. Remember the name, Pelka. Here's your pass.
I'll leave immediately, sir.
Don't forget the map.
Yes, sir.
And, Corporal, under no circumstances should anyone but Pelka see those dispatches. You have my orders to destroy them if necessary.
I think we're lost, Corporal. We should have made a turn to the last crossroad.
No. Here, look at the map. There's still several kilometers to go before we turn.
Then the map is wrong. From the sound of the guns, we're approaching the front, not going away from it.
Well, I don't understand it. There are no battle lines on the map here. Look for yourself.
Well, maybe there's been a retreat. Listen, the gun's on our left now.
Now on our right. There has been a retreat. We're caught between the lines. Turn around and head for the last crossroad. Hurry, we're being shelled by both sides.
We can't make it, Corporal. The road's under bombardment.
Turn off here, then, straight across the field. Do you hear me? Don't shoot! Don't shoot! We are friends! Friends! Don't shoot! Don't!
Proceed, Herr Prosecutor.
Thank you, General von Brauchitz. Your name, please?
Captain Walter Kopp, Infantry, 2nd Sector, attached to Staff of General Frieda von Bock.
What is your connection with Corporal Wilhelm Schuster?
If the court please, I'll start at the beginning. On the day Corporal Schuster was caught between our lines and the Russian lines, we were retreating for strategic reasons. Our machine gunners saw Corporal Schuster and Private Berner approaching in a motorcycle and sidecar. My gunners were excited. They fired. Private Berner was killed. Corporal Schuster seriously wounded. The dispatches they were carrying were brought to me. I examined them. At the very least, they were sensational. I saw immediately it was a matter of greatest importance that they be taken to General von Bock and by him brought to the attention of everyone interested in the preservation of our great German army.
Where did you get these dispatches, Captain?
From their carrier. He was accidentally wounded approaching our lines.
You read them, I presume?
Yes, sir, I thought...
You're not supposed to think. I think you understand. I think you follow orders.
Yes, sir.
I'll have you broken for this. I'll send you to the African front as a second-class private. No. No, it's easier to bribe you. I'll make you a colonel. That'll keep your mouth shut.
General von Kirchler on the line, sir.
Good. Von Kirchler. Yes, this is von Bock. By accident, we picked up some dispatches sent by General von Reichenau to Heinrich Himmler. Of course they're friends. Reichenau's a good Nazi. Himmler's trying to take over the army again. He and his SS, the damn Gestapo. You see, he's willing to support Reichenau for commander-in-chief of the army if Reichenau will make him certain concessions. What's that? Damn it, yes. Himmler's private army will get a number of high army positions. Then the reserve of the regular army will be placed under Gestapo control, and the SS will be able to recruit new members from the reserve. Well, certainly Himmler and Reichenau have gone too far this time. Yes, I think we'd better do something about it. The sooner the better. You heard the conversation, Captain?
Yes, sir.
You know what it means?
I hate the Gestapo and the SS, too, sir.
It means Germany has two sets of leaders. The generals and the party. It means that... Captain, perhaps you're too stupid to be a colonel after all.
If the court please, will it admit the testimony of Fräulein Turner, nurse at the hospital where Corporal Schuster was confined?
The deposition of Fräulein Turner is admissible. Proceed.
Fräulein Turner.
Corporal Schuster, wounded in the shoulder and the thigh, was placed under my surveillance immediately after his operation. I gave him a trifle more than ordinary care because he seemed especially helpless. And he responded by falling in love with me. Consequently, he confided in me, and I kept a record of everything he said to me, exactly as I was instructed to do. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There. Your pulse is perfectly normal.
You only counted to 18. I thought it was 72.
18 multiplied by 4. Now, go back to sleep.
I've done nothing but sleep since I've been here. Why can't you sit here for a while and talk to me?
What do you want to talk about?
Anything, nothing. Man in trouble wants to talk about himself.
You're lonesome. Homesick.
Those dispatches, I didn't deliver them and I didn't destroy them. General von Reichenau will have me shot. I must leave. I must get out of here before he finds me.
You can't walk. And you'll surely be shot if you desert the army.
What has the army been to me? We are abandoned in the freezing cold in Russia. We wear several shirts and sweaters, rags, whatever we can find to warm us. Our hands burn on the frozen rifle barrels. You have seen it countless times here in the hospital. Death is so common it is not even worth talking about.
Fine soldier you are. A fine German. You're not fit to bear on national destiny.
Do you think even our generals pay lip service to that anymore? No.
Welcome back, everyone. I just saw the black screen and we were just discussing what people were going to be doing because there is a little bit of stuff going on. I wanted KP and Greg to make some rolls for me, but they're not currently here at the moment. But I do want them to make some rolls, but just don't let me forget. Oh, he's here. Okay. I was wondering if you could do me a favor. You did some violence.
Sure.
Against people who are members of the French Gestapo. I would like you, if you don't mind,
It was self-defense. I object.
to take a personal attack against them, if you would not mind.
A personal attack is
Yes,
like a
shoot.
Yes, it would be a shoot, because that's what you did against their security, which will be for you a 6.
Do I get my stunt, my +2, since I'm shooting as a member of the Resistance?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Let's do it.
That's a
Great.
4. Their defense is 6.
I would like to use one of the SS's fate points.
The mole in the hole?
Oh, we could use that one actually.
Oh, I was actually joking, but sure, if that's what it works.
Well, but that's not the French. That's the regular SS, not the other ones. But you have holes in their security for the French Gestapo.
That's right, we do.
With a free invoke on it.
You're welcome. Use
awesome. Okay, I'll take it. I hate using everything all night, but
hey,
I will use it. Does that mean I get an attack?
They can drop
right.
stats.
That would be a 6 versus their 6, which is a tie. I'm going to note something, by the way. They have got all their consequences slot filled up, and they have free invokes on those consequences.
They shouldn't have much stress left either.
They have 0 stress left right now.
Then I will take a free invoke on whatever there is to invoke on one of those two.
How about
give them something?
In bed with a serial killer?
Yeah.
That sounds like that's right up my alley. Sure.
You're welcome. I've been
Thank
doing lots of work with the French Gestapo.
I
these past
appreciate
few
your work.
weeks.
You are painting a fine portrait, Lindy.
Oh, thank you.
This is an attack against them as you shoot at them. And I'm going to just note that happened. KP, would you
sorry,
like
I'm a little late.
I need a roll from you if you don't mind.
Okay. Oh.
You have a stunt that allows you to use medicine instead of fight, is that correct? When you're using a scalpel?
Yes.
Right? I would like you, if you don't mind, to make an attack against the French Gestapo since you took out their leader, using your medicine. And since it was in your clinic.
Wait, what happened? Wait, what? Are they all here?
No, but you took out their head.
Taking off the head of the snake's a serious blow to the
Mhm.
morale of the
Right.
group.
It's just that it's going to be...
Oh, and I'm also in the clinic, so I get a +2, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that is a 5.
That is a 5 total.
Mm-hmm.
So their security had been a 2, which would be a 6, but it is now a 1, which is a 5. So you're currently tied. They have 2 free invokes if you'd like to spend one.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
You took what's ours. We'll take what's yours. Would you like to use that one?
What's the other one?
The other one is undercut customer base.
Oh yeah, take. You took what's ours. Take what's yours. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I will just note that. Well, we'll just have to go with.
Drop another skill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
We'll just have to drop
so
another
sad.
skill, as a
Oh.
matter of fact.
Hmm.
Trooper KP and I would like to put the aspect "get fucked" on the French Gestapo.
At the moment, you can't because they're all flip with all their consequences.
Yeah, sorry, already.
Yeah, they're not
did
in a
that
good space right now.
couple
but
times.
I'm-
They're really pissed off. They tried to
Yeah.
do something about it and it backfired.
Yeah, I'm going to note that in case you all want to do any faction actions. Contemplate that because you do have you have yourselves, the roses, full up with spaces if you wanted to do anything towards them. If we recall, we came back and Frieda knocked on the door, and opening the door was Angelo. Handsome, no longer as young, kind of messed up in scars around his neck and face. Opens the door and he ushers you in. Come in, come in.
Yeah, like quick, I close the door very quickly behind me so no one sees him. She goes, "You're not supposed to be opening the door for anyone."
I don't care. Listen, this is it is good to see you. We have to talk about some things, huh?
Yes, I heard you've been incredibly rude to the prince.
Oh yes, he's a Nazi, so of course I will be. Why are you hanging out with the Nazis, huh?
I'm German. It's what I have to do.
Well, you don't have to do this. Listen.
So he's a very good doctor and is quite decent when you're not incredibly rude to him.
Hey, this man is.
He's also an actual prince, so you shouldn't try to make him irritated.
What do I care about this? What do you care about these things?
You could get hurt.
I won't be here long enough. Okay. I would say that I'm sorry about your husband dying, but I am not sorry.
I am not sorry about that either.
Okay.
Let's sit down. And she's like,
wait. Okay. And he guides you to a couch.
She's
helps
done a
you
lot
sit
of
down.
walking today. Some attempted sneaking. She's sit down.
And as he helps you sit down, he stays down on one knee. And he reaches inside of his jacket.
Oh no!
And he pulls out
she's gonna
a ring.
She's gonna. But when he reaches in, she's gonna stop.
And he pulls it out. Frieda Engel. The Nightingale of Berlin. The only woman I have ever loved. Would you marry me? And this is a rapport.
An attack? Yeah, I figured it was.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, here comes this conflict right off the bat. We're starting strong. Okay.
10.
Holy shit. He crit on that proposal,
He did.
didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
Yes, he did.
okay.
Guess you're getting married.
I roll my
Will
will.
is beating you by 4.
Yeah, he is. I'm looking at what I got.
You
I
got
don't
the
think he
stress
cares
open.
that I'm a good tipper. And I do not want to use Single and Ready to Mingle here. That is not what I
Opposite
want to
effect.
use. No.
Oh wait, no, you can make it seem like, oh, I'm trying to find myself.
I'm just trying to
to
look around
explore.
and
I've
find
been
out.
in a marriage for so long that it's just I'm not ready for marriage again.
I'm not gonna use that one at least not yet.
Are you gonna soak that 4?
I don't want to soak the 4. It's a big one to soak right off the bat.
It is.
I want to use a fate point. This is why I have a lot of fate points, people. And I'm gonna use Stone Cold Manipulator.
Okay.
To make it only 2 stress.
Tell me about that.
Because she came in here, she walked up to this apartment
ready,
knowing what she had to do. Yeah.
Okay.
She knew it was gonna hurt, but she's bound and determined to stay on course.
And he's there on one knee with this ring.
I hate to ask this because it's just gonna. How nice is the ring? It's a question you gotta ask, so I can be more traumatized.
Expensive rings that are fancy. You go to a fancy store to buy. You know those?
Yeah.
It's not one of those.
I figured it wasn't. Yeah.
No. You know those rings that you might have gotten from your grandmother that's been in your family for generations?
I had a feeling, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Okay, that's cool. It's one of those.
It's modest. But you can tell it is antique.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I had to know for the full trauma.
Yeah.
I think that's what gave her the 2 mental stresses.
Yes.
This is grandmother's ring.
Yeah. And he says, "Listen, I don't care about all of this. I worked hard to get here, and we can go back to England together, and I will not leave without you coming with me."
It's gonna be like a lot all at once, and she's very, very pregnant. And so she's going to just can we talk first?
Of course.
Please sit.
He gets up off the knee and he sits down next to you. And he takes your hand.
I'm sure you've known some of what I've been doing from the newspapers, but what have you been doing these past 8 years?
Waiting.
She's like, no. just waiting, just sitting around doing nothing.
After what your husband did to me, I could not sing anymore. So there was no point going back to America to sing because I cannot sing. I work as a fry cook in a diner in London.
Like, okay, at least he has a job. I mean, he could have picked up a trade. He was still young enough, but okay, it's a job. He can support himself. She's just thinking to herself, like, God, this is the worst thing ever. This conversation is probably worse than the conversation she had earlier today. And that was a conversation. Glad you at least had occupation.
It's just what I'm doing until waiting. But I have been waiting for you so long.
Why?
Because I love you.
You found no other women of interest in the past 8 years?
There is no
You
one
saw that I
else
was married.
to a monster. I would.
He's like, oh, gotta start breaking his heart here soon. But here she is, her heart breaking. Oh.
I was not in the same place as you, but I did not leave you.
I can't leave.
You can. There are ways out.
No, my uncle is in poor health.
This is what you said last time.
It is not my fault that my family members are succumbing to illnesses and dying as you want to leave.
Germany is a place of death. You have children, you have babies coming, and you have to live. This place is terrible. You should come with me and have a life.
I don't want to go with you.
That is not true.
It's been 8 years, Angelo, and I'm glad to see you, but my heart has moved on.
I think you need to roll.
This is a deceive. This is definitely, this is so that's only great. Okay.
Tied.
Yeah.
What do you want to do about that?
I would like to spend a fate point to
bring you
make
to 3.
Yes.
I'll spend 1. What's your aspect?
Stone Cold Manipulator again.
My aspect is his trouble aspect. He's desperately, deeply in love with you.
Okay.
So we're still tied.
I don't even get a boost on a tie, do I?
You're attacking, so you do.
I do? Okay. I'll take this tie for the boost.
Okay. He says,
I've used up some of his fate points and gotten a boost.
You have?
Okay.
He says, listen. This is
And can we call the boost Out of Love? I'm all out of love. We're not gonna sing the rest of that song.
Frieda, I cannot imagine what you have gone through all these years. I know that you have had to go through terrible things, that you've had to see things. To live with this man is... At first I thought... I did not know what to believe, what to think. But I cannot think that the nightingale that I know, my angel, would willingly be with this man, this monster. You are a singer, you are an artist, your heart sings with songs of love. You are Carmen, you are Lucia de Lammermoor. You are someone who should be away from these bars and this terror that is this place. And you should not be raising children under the flag of these fascists, these fascists. I know that it will take some time, I think, to get to know each other again, but I am here to take you back so that you do not have to live in this place with these children. And he reaches back into his pocket and he pulls out
no.
a passport. A British passport, and he hands it to you. He says, this is and inside their train tickets, and it's a photo of you, a different name. And he says, I am going to do anything I can to help you escape this place. I should have not left. I was not in the physical shape to do so 8 years ago. I could barely my mouth had to be wired shut. It took a while to convalesce, and then I thought you'd forgotten me, but I had to come, and please. I need a will roll.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's his attack right there. Oh, yeah, good. Okay, let's make that will roll. Yeah, it stands to notice that I rolled well last week and poor this week. Yeah. Yeah.
He beat you by 1.
I'll take that 1 mental stress.
This is your chance to escape, and I will step with you this way.
I'm not the person you knew 8 years ago. I've changed. You said that I went through things, and I certainly did. Those things, those experiences have made me a different person. I've started working in my uncle's line of work.
If that is so, that is because you have to. But you don't have to do this anymore.
I didn't have to. I was away from my husband. I had escaped. I decided to. I wanted to.
Because you need money, huh?
No, I'd taken gold bars with me when I left. I was not wanting for money. I wanted to do it.
Okay, but you do not have to. You can sing on the stage in London. They've got opera there. You can sing what you want, how you want. You can walk the streets and breathe the air for free. You don't have to be in this place. There's only death here.
I don't have anyone tying me down right now. I am free to walk where I wish and to whatever occupation I desire.
Then come with me. Come to London.
I'm already doing the occupations that I desire. Being a crime boss is very empowering. I don't have anyone tying me down. I am free. I freed myself.
This crime in this place is all tied up with all of them, the Nazis and all this.
Yes, I know how to navigate them very well after having been married to one for 8 years.
Why?
Why not?
Because you have the voice of an angel. You do not need to... The world...
I still perform Los Radio from time to time, but that's not where my main interests lie these days.
I feel like this is a deceive attack.
Yeah, there's another deceive attack. Okay, that's a superb finally. Damn it! This guy.
I don't believe this.
Going to. Oh! I'm going to use my aspect single and ready to mingle that I worked into that conversation for that explicit purpose. Yes.
Yes.
I used it. I use it here. Ha! Angelo, take that.
You must want more out of life than this. And how is this a life of crime for the babies, huh? The poor bambinos. You do not want them to have a life like this.
Are you saying I didn't grow up fine?
Is this the life that you would have chosen? Hiding the things you do with your uncle from your parents? Being attacked? Fear?
He taught me the skills I needed to survive. I don't think I'd have it any other way.
But you don't need to survive this way. Not anymore.
How are you going to guarantee that? You work as a fry cook.
It is an honest work. It is not a lot, but it is something.
Is a fry cook's salary going to be able to support at least 2 children?
I will work 2 shifts.
That's not... My parents worked both full-time for 1 child, doing that kind of labor, and it wasn't enough, especially post-war.
I will do whatever.
You can't do enough for me.
I can. Because I love you. I have always loved you, and I've never stopped loving you.
Love isn't enough.
What are you rolling?
That's a great question. That's a really great question because this is hard for her. She didn't want to bring up the things she's bringing up, but he's very insistent. That's always been a trait of his. And she herself doesn't know if love is enough anymore because she's been through a lot. So she's not sure. 5 years ago, she'd have been like, love's all you need. Now she's like, is love enough? I'm going to say it's not, but she doesn't know. She doesn't know for certain. I think this is because he hasn't attacked me yet this round. I think I'm going to try. This is an empathy, trying to get an empathy advantage on him.
Yeah. Okay. Roll it.
Let's try to, yeah. That's
I will roll his deceive to see if he can hide his feelings. He has no deceive.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm going to give you this advantage with 2 free invokes.
Okay.
And this advantage is going to be called You Know Him. You know him. And he looks at you and he says, you always said that love could conquer anything. And you may have changed some, but I know that in your heart you are still Frieda. You are still the girl who grew up on the streets of Berlin, who learned how to sing as you were busking and on the streets. You, Frieda, are the woman that I remember. We went to all of these crazy parties and we were all naked and we kissed and ran around and everything was wild. But then at the end of the day we went and we had a moment on the lake together. That no matter what we did, where we went, we always came home to each other. And I know that your feelings for me was not just because I sang well or I have a face or had a face. I know that your feelings for me were based on truth. And this truth has not changed. And you may have done things and experienced things, but all things can heal. And you can be who you want to be. And I believe that what you want to be is not someone always looking over their shoulder. I tried to sing. I cannot. My voice is not. My voice box was crushed. But I still go to the opera. And you sing better than any of those English women. They are so pale. They do not like spices in their food. They don't know anything. You would be a star there. And I would carry your bag. I would speak you up like a hype man. I would do anything. Because...
now I'm a bit more on his side. The man likes spice.
Yes.
I like spice.
He's Italian. Italians love flavor.
But I tell you this. I will accept if you love me or don't. But I want you to be safe. And this is a place that is bombed all the time. This is not a safe place. Come, you can come to London with me and have a doctor who's not a Nazi, and you can be in a place where you don't have to worry about the bombings all the time, and you can make these choices without pressure.
Is England not being bombed at this moment?
London sometimes is bombed, but we can go to Newcastle or Liverpool or any of these places. Come, tell me, look me in the face, huh? Tell me that you have absolutely no feelings for me at all. That you do not want to walk free and sing whatever you want to sing. Not this crap they make you sing on the French radio, this Nazi propaganda. Tell me to my face that this is what you want. That's a 6.
It's a will save, isn't it?
It is.
He's rolling so well.
He's not rolling that well.
I'm just rolling so poorly. It's like the dice know this is her weakness.
He's got you by 4.
Yeah, but I need to kick his butt into moving on. I'm running out of consequence. Running out of stress boxes. Do I take that 4 mental stress? I think I will.
Okay.
I think I'll take this 4 mental stress. I still have a 3. And I still have some consequences, but I need to kick it into gear here.
Come.
She looks at him. She goes, "You want me to look you in the face and tell you that I no longer have feelings for you, that I enjoy what I do here, that I am safe with this Nazi regime. Here I am. I'm doing it right now.
Come.
You need to move on to someone else, someone who can love you, because I've learned that people are just, and I have no more love for people. It doesn't matter who you are."
You cannot mean this.
I do. Here I am, looking you in the eye right now, telling you these things.
You don't
I want you to go back to England. And I want you to meet maybe she doesn't have to be English, I understand they're very bland, but maybe Irish, Scottish, I hear they're fiery.
You would not stay with these Nazis.
Why not? I have a lunch date with the head of the SS tomorrow.
This is not...
His wife's going to meet an unfortunate accident.
You would not come. This is not you. He takes your hand. This is not you. You are no Nazi. You are no person with no heart. You love the people and the children. Come, please.
It's been a long 8 years. I may put on a good face for the cameras and the interviews and everyone else, but this is who I am now. Love is weakness, and I cannot endure it.
Roll.
We're gonna do some deceive there, because she's not a big old Nazi. Fun fact.
Fun fact.
Fun fact, she's not actually a big old Nazi.
Is that a 4?
It's a 4. Yeah, I'm rolling not great.
It's because your heart's not in it.
It's because her heart's not in it.
What is isn't your deceive like outrageously?
It's my best skill. It's +5.
Yeah, you're not rolling particularly well now, are you?
She's not. It's because her heart's not in it. Let's see. What do I have? I could raise that by. Oh, do I reroll? Well, could I? I mean, it could get 2 worse, but I guess it could only get 2 worse. It could get a whole heckin' lot better. You know, fuck it. Yeah, let's reroll. And again, we're gonna go with Stone Cold Manipulator, because that's how she's trying to power through this. Come on, guys, come on. Gotta break his heart so he can move on. It got 1 worse.
You're down by 4.
I am down by 4. I could bring it up by 5, but that's using all my bonuses. If I don't succeed on this attack, he just doesn't take any stress. I don't lose anything.
That is correct.
So, but then he knows. That's not how I feel.
Although he gets a boost. This man has known you for years.
He has, yeah. What do I do?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you concede, you'll be engaged.
Mm-hmm.
Greg. No, that's not what she wants.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it would stop her officially from doing things still. It'd just break his heart more later.
Am I gonna get a boost on you?
Do you need one? Like, experience?
I'm gonna get one.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
I'll concede only if necessary at the last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't wanna...
And he looks you in the eye.
Oh. Yeah.
Angelo wants
Sure
to
he
take you
does.
out. Angelo wants to take you out, by the way.
Well, there's a lot to go to take her out. I don't have any consequences still,
Mm-hmm.
so good luck, buddy.
He looks you in the eye and he says, Frieda, you are no Nazi. I saw you when those Nazis came and they came into Dora's place and they punched people and kicked people. I saw your face. The Frieda I know is no Nazi, and you could never be. You hate everything they stand for. I do not know why you are lying to me at this moment. Why you're trying to tell me these things. But I know, in your heart, this is not who you are. And I do not know why you want to stay in this place. But your husband is dead. You have no reason to stay here any longer. And I tell you this, you do not have to come with me because you love me. When you leave this place, you do not even have to stay with me if you do not want. But I have spent all of the money that I saved, all of it, to give to smugglers to get you out of this place. I have the ticket. I have made contacts. I will get you out of this country. We can both go. This is not something you have to do. You do not have to endure this. There is nothing for you here, but there is everything for you in London. Everything. And it may be me or may not be me, I don't know. But I apologize for leaving 8 years ago. For not staying by your side. It's just that this husband of yours, or soon would be, threatened to kill me, to kill you, said that you wanted me to leave, all these things, all this. I thought I had to go. But I'm here to make up for this. I'm here to lay my heart out on the ground. Listen. I tell you this, huh? I will sing out loud at the top of my lungs, even though I cannot, anything to convince you. Anything. You tell me what it is that I can do to help you, and I will do it. I will walk across the street with no shoes in the winter for you. I will call my mother, and I will tell her whatever. I will tell her that I am wearing underwear on my head for you. Huh? I will make all the jokes. I will tweak my nose. Whatever it is, I will do. Because your happiness and your safety is the number one thing that I'm concerned about. And I will tell you this, no matter what, I will be with you as your friend, as your confidant, as whatever you want. I will not abandon you. You have me that you can count on. Always. Epic 7.
Let's roll this wheel. That's all.
I'll just go and spin that boost I have.
No.
Yep. Spin that boost.
I will spend my boost out of love.
Really?
I'm out. Yeah.
Okay. That's
Yes.
interesting.
Yes.
I will spend my fate point for a +2 to save because he is deeply in love with you.
Mm-hmm.
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 So that's what?
That's 2. That'd be your last stress slot.
It would be my last stress slot. You know what? Can I take back my boost? You can just have 3 over me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Take out my full. I want that boost back.
I will give it back to you. You have no mental stress left.
None.
He is here with you. You have all of your mental fortitude is at its wits' ends and at its edges.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna change her tactics here.
Please do.
You would do anything for me?
Of course.
Anything to make me happy.
Of course.
Then I need you to leave.
What do you mean leave?
I need you to go.
Yeah, you don't.
I have to stay here.
Why?
Well, there are many reasons. One of which is the father of my children.
Your husband is dead.
He's not the father.
What do you mean?
I told you I escaped. That happened, and I was with someone else.
No one important.
No, they are very important to me. And they are much kinder to me than my husband was. They are very, very nice. I enjoy their presence.
Do you love this
very
man?
much. Yes.
I need a roll. Is that rapport or deceive?
And if he finds out you're here, he might kill you, so I need you to go.
Roll it.
I'm gonna just, because I'm just gonna roll the skill. We're gonna take it. Oh, and I'm gonna use out of love, and I know him. I'm gonna use all of it. I'm gonna use it all right now. 7 plus 5 is 12.
No. 7 plus 6.
7 plus 6
is
13.
Is
13 versus his 3.
Let me see what I got here.
And I still have a couple of fate points. Ha! I would roll good 1 point or another, and this is the time.
5, 6, 7, 8. I will spend 1.
Okay. Then I'll spend 1.
He's in love with you. What are you spending?
Stone Cold Manipulator.
I will spend my last one, and this
Right.
one
I'll
is.
spend my last one too. But you go on. Go ahead first.
Thank you.
Yes.
His is steadfast and true. His relationship aspect.
Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use a flashback.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And we don't necessarily need anyone for this flashback, but we're gonna see Frieda. We're just gonna see like a montage, because let's go 80s for Greg. We're gonna do a montage of just all of the little interactions that Frieda and Oscar have had. Him moving a stool over closer to her, because again, she finds grand gestures of love amusing, but it's the little everyday things, the things that she was lacking for 8 years. Any sense of normalcy that really brought her in. And so it's just the little things, him bringing her a glass of water, him not drinking wine or drinking hard liquor at that one party after she found out she was pregnant. Just a montage of all just seemingly just itty bitty little things, but accumulating over time. That's the flashback here for that big point.
How do you take him out? Because that's enough to do it. Because he has a lot of will, but He can't beat 10.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So I think it's from her finally
Oh,
telling
you got
a little bit
him
the truth.
12, right? You got 12 on him.
Yeah,
And he
I
can't
did.
beat 12. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I think
He
it's
can beat
just
10.
the fact.
He can beat 10. He can't beat.
Yeah, that he saw that she finally incorporated a hefty portion of the truth in that last lie. That he saw that she was in love with someone else. That she had indeed moved on, and though she might not be as cold as she seems, she is a different person. And she needs to stay here for that person that she cares about. And that him leaving and being safe, him being safe is what she wants, because she doesn't bear him ill will, but she can't be with him anymore.
Frieda.
Angelo?
He stands up. I will leave with you this passport and train ticket.
I have papers for you, they're not ready yet.
I don't need them. In 2 days' time, I will be at the train station. If you change your mind. I'm going to go back to the cellar where I'm staying, and maybe I will see you there at the train station.
Take some of Prince's food with you.
Oh, I will, 100%.
Oh, please do.
I will also take his wine. May I ask for one hug? And he gives her this huge hug.
Oh, yeah. And it's returned.
I would ask for you to sing, but I still remember every note.
Don't get caught at the train station waiting around for me. Select to interrogate those who loiter.
Okay. I do love you, you know.
I know. But you should make room in your heart for someone else.
I don't know if I can.
You won't know unless you try.
I don't know if I want to try.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And he goes and picks up like a bag full of food.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And a bottle of wine.
Mm-hmm.
And he heads towards the door. If you need anything, I'm in a town called Liverpool.
I remember that.
And he opens the door and he walks out.
She waits for the steps to ascend down the hallway. And then she's gonna waddle back over to the couch and just have a good cry. Just like full on Victorian, like on Pritam's couch. Yeah.
And with that moment, let me ask, where we've got like a drive-by. Oh, Regina, they were driving you, yeah?
Correctamundo.
Mm-hmm. To Pont Neuf, so they can give you a boat ride.
We were headed down to the river. I didn't tell them why.
Well, you said that you were gonna have them row.
Yes. Well, yes, I said we were going to the water's edge, and one of them they were going to row me.
Mm-hmm.
But Regina's fickle, so I might change my mind before we get there.
As your crew drives you across town, over to the Seine, down along the Seine to the Pont Neuf. Beautiful river. And beautiful boats.
Do I see her boat?
You do.
Does she look to be home?
Would you like to make a roll for me?
Sure, yeah.
I'd like awareness.
I think this is a good role to make, to succeed on, based on Trooper's voice and facial expressions, because I know things.
I get my
rolled a good. I rolled a good.
I get my fate points back, by the way.
You do.
So, why don't you ask me a question?
Does it look like she is home?
Would you like one answer? Would you like the good answer or the other answer?
I want the truthful answer.
Would you like a half truth or a full truth?
I want a full truth. Regina wants a full truth.
Really? Cool. Yes. You see her sports car, her race car, parked out there. And you see a long black town car with a soldier leaning up against it, having a smoke. A German soldier.
German military or SS?
German SS.
Can I rightfully assume that this just might be my dear ex?
Might be.
Miss Jaeger.
You could assume that if you liked.
Oh, stop the car. You, I point to the driver, go away. I'm going to walk the rest of the way. I need some fresh air. I feel like I've been inhaling all of yours military skunkiness all morning. And you, I point to the gentleman in the front. You can go too. You've disappointed me.
And he goes, I'm sorry, but you have to have two guards with you. All important.
This is the only guard I want.
But...
And I point to Dirk.
And the other goes, yeah, but we have to do this as our orders. It's not safe.
I am going right there. And I point over to the boat. There are 2 more guards there. 1 + 2 = 3. Is that enough for you?
I need you to make a roll.
Great. Can I...
Provoke a rapport, depending on, you know...
You know what? I'm still playing as a good German. Look, there are more soldiers over there.
Yes, that is true.
So I'm gonna use deceive instead. I'll use a good German as my stunt. So okay, I'll take that. An 8 legendary.
You can
Are
use...
you ignorant? Do you not know math?
Oh. And he just is like, it's all right.
I can take it up with my husband if you are so inclined.
And Dirk goes, it's all right. It's all right. Other guards, it's all right. And he goes, Sergeant. And the guard up front sits and stays, and Dirk gets out and opens the door for you.
Oh, thank you. I grab my basket and my bag, and I do. I want to look like I was supposed to be here. I was absolutely 100% supposed to be here. I had plans to surprise this race car driver with a picnic. And I'm going to waltz right up to the front door and knock, if they allow me.
Now, the driver just watches you, but as you're going to the gangplank where this houseboat is, there are 2 guards posted up front.
Guten Morgen.
And they look you up and down, and they go, yeah, how can we help you?
What was her name again?
Who? Oh, Violette.
Violette. I'm here to see Violette.
I'm so sorry, but she's
Regina Leixner is here to see.
She's not taking visitors.
Would you do me a kindness and just let her know I'm here?
Yeah. And one of the guards goes inside of the houseboat. And as you wait, just a bit of a tiny montage for a moment. There's a knock on the door of Pritam's clinic.
Wait, can you repeat the last part? I heard Pritam's clinic, and
There's a knock at the door.
Oh. I think Pritam looks up, and he kind of looks up and looks over his shoulder.
It's hurried.
And it's what?
It's hurried and serious.
Yeah. I look out, and you see he looks at the scalpel in his hand, and it's bloodied, and he puts it down, and then looks at the person on the table, and he's still awake.
Mm-hmm.
He's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
But you see down below at the feet, which is covered with a cloth, blood at basically where his toes are at.
Yeah.
He goes, "Don't worry, we have a lot more to learn. Don't worry, you'll be fine." And I walk out, and I say, "Trust me, we've had so many patients come in with comas and heat strokes come through here, unable to speak, unable to talk, some of them because they were beaten in the head by your men. Or they were poisoned in some way or something along those lines. I've seen it all. I've had to deal with it all, and he pats him on the shoulders. You'll understand soon." And then walks out. And then before he walks out, puts the cover over his head. And then quickly washes his hands, and then opens the door.
And there's Clemens Brown.
As he opens the door, he's like,
yeah.
"We're closed."
And there's Clemens Brown with a bleeding Oscar.
I've had a hell of a morning.
What? Oh, come on. Bring him here. And then he runs and grabs one of the gurneys and brings him over, like, put him on here now.
And, Clemens is carrying him. The soldiers are downstairs. Meanwhile, back at the docks. By the way, Regina gets a boost for that legendary deceive.
Okay,
Legendary
great. Can we? Yeah, that was a pretty legendary deceive.
Mhm.
That was. Do you know who I am?
And the guard who's standing left is like, no.
Oh, I thought that'd be the name of the boost.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Do you know who I am?
Absolutely. Are you kidding?
And she goes, "Do you do this often? Just wait for people."
Yeah, it's not so bad duty.
Right. And who exactly are you waiting on?
What? I don't think we're allowed to say. He smiles.
Well,
Just
and I look
call
over
out.
at Dirk like, "Ooh, so special." Well,
And Dirk is just a little tense. You know what I mean? Like, he's just a little tense because he doesn't know what is happening right now, and he's not quite certain what the play is. And he's
what did he say his name was?
Schmidt.
Schmidt.
No, Muller.
Have you
Muller.
Muller. Have you met Muller?
And this guard goes, no. There is a bit of an attitude as he looks at Dirk, who's army, not SS. Just a tad bit of attitude. Just like the tiniest. Also, this guy outranks Dirk. Just the tiniest bit of attitude. And Violette comes out of the houseboat and shuts the door behind her.
As soon as I hear the door click, I'd like to hit like a pose.
Rapport.
Yeah, okay, great. And since I'm being such a good German woman, I will roll it with deceive for a superb. The sun just bask on me beautifully on this French spring afternoon.
Yes, we will call that, a vision of loveliness.
Perfect. And I lean and I have this basket and my bag. And I say, "Oh, I'm so glad to see you."
And she goes, ugh, and she's got a cigar. And she's wearing, like some gray pants, some boots, just a shirt, no jacket, sort of open, a couple buttons, suspenders, cigar. She looks like you perhaps interrupted her on something.
I give a proper French kiss, like on each cheek, letting one land just a little longer than maybe it should. And I go, gosh, I love the smell of those cigars you smoke.
Well, I have extra if you need. Come, how about you and me take a walk?
Oh, well, I brought lunch. I thought maybe you'd like to have a little deck picnic.
I think there's a better spot for you and I to have a deck picnic.
Oh, no, I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
No, of course not. Come, you and I can go to the banks of the Seine. It's beautiful. Like you.
Well, thank you. And I go, I hope it's okay if I bring the muscle.
She looks at him, looks at his uniform, frowns.
They get rather upset when I'm not escorted, though between you and me, I'd much rather leave him behind. Just the two of us, maybe?
She looks at Dirk. You, go. You're not coming with us. And Dirk's like, I'm so sorry. Actually, I have to come with you. This is regulations. This have to come as a lady. I'm sorry.
Murner. Is that what his name was?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of go over and I smile at him. You know, you are, and I straighten his uniform, slowly becoming my favorite escort. I was thinking about telling them when we got back that I'd like you to be my permanent guard. It would assure that maybe things were a little easier for you.
Frau Leixa, do you mind if we have a step aside for a moment?
Everybody wants a step aside with Regina Leixa, and I say that out loud so they all hear it. And I kind of pull him off to the side and I go, yes?
It would not be a good idea for me to be your personal escort. Your husband had me beaten quite badly. He's not a fan of me. It would not be a good idea.
I put a very gentle pat on his cheek. Why do you think I want you around?
Also, you should not be alone with this woman.
Why is that?
She's dangerous.
Oh. Well, she's been nothing but nice to me, and between you and I have a feeling that she could bare-knuckle box anybody we come up against, don't you think?
Frau Berger, you should not be alone with her. Her reputation is not good. It's not safe for you.
Dirk. And I say very lowly so he knows I know exactly who he is. I need you to trust me on this one. And I need, if anybody asks, for you to not tell them this is where we came. He's going to wait here on the docks to assure that I return unharmed, aren't you?
Jawohl.
Wonderful. Let's take our little walk.
And Violette just strides over, walks right up to Dirk, blows smoke in his face as she puts her arm out for you to take.
I pat it for just a second. I lean over to Dirk and I whisper as quietly as possible in his ear, I want to know who leaves that houseboat. Stay here. And I take her arm and, hug myself to it in all the necessary ways and give her the basket to carry because how dare I?
Oh, she carries that basket and she picks it up and she says, oh, this is quite heavy. And she just kind of looks at Dirk like...
I had a feeling that you might have a bit of an appetite, and it's a hot afternoon, so I made sure we had plenty for our thirst.
And she just sort of looks at Dirk, smiles, and as she escorts you down towards the banks of the Seine, she has got a lot of swagger right now, is what I'm going to say. There is something about escorting somebody who's a vision of loveliness, who I'm sure everybody's interested in, but she gets to escort.
And I make sure everybody sees it. Regina has no problem letting people see her, at least with this woman, because, the current state of the events in Paris, she'd be just fine.
And Violette says, just a little loudly, she says, oh, I hope your husband does not mind you being missing.
Oh, I'm never missing. My husband's, of course, busy, and unfortunately, the rest of my company for the afternoon fell through. And I thought, what better company than you?
And she says that just enough so that all the men who are there on the outside of her houseboat just know who
And I make sure it's very loud.
Oh,
He's busy.
And she escorts you down to the banks of the Seine, and she looks to see if there's like a blanket in this basket.
Of course, I imagine that there's something that we like lay out to sit on. I've had the whole shebang.
She lays out everything, and she actually sort of takes you a little bit. Actually, you get to be on the banks, not like on the sidewalk, right? And she sort of lays it out, and she sort of starts setting everything up, and you are sort of set so that you cannot see the houseboat, nor can they see you. She moves you to a space where you have privacy, you two.
Wonderful. That was what I was hoping for.
That is what
So,
she was hoping
for.
for.
I do feel very bad about taking you from your business. I know you're just trying to be polite, but I'm assured that you had some company. I can't believe that you drive that horrible black car out front.
No, it is just my business. But my business can wait when there's someone as interesting as you.
Well, I thought you were a bit interesting as well, showing up to the ladies' brunch and all of that.
Yes, it's a bit strange for me at a ladies' brunch. I don't always... well, let's just say the sports board thinks I'm not so ladylike.
Oh.
When they banned me from a competition.
You know, I'm actually rather interested. How does a woman manage all of this? And I kind of gesture back towards the house, but you have so much... That's what I'm looking for. Freedom. You don't seem bound by the societal standards.
You know, I just do not accept them. That's it. I will do what I want to do.
I wish it was that easy for me.
All you need is the right person by your side.
Yes, I've been told that many a time. Supposedly, I have the best person at my side.
Yes. I've heard about your husband. The picture maker, yes? Movie director.
Very passionate and dedicated.
Yes. I've heard many things about this film he's making. Everyone's
It's
talking
going to be a
about it.
masterpiece.
I suppose. But, you know, when he's out working these long hours, what are you doing? You are, perhaps,
Well, I have my duties, I guess, though the occasional day is a bit boring, like today. I was afraid I was going to have to sit inside all by myself.
Well, you know, listen, we can go on a boat and take a row. You and I, huh? It would be, I will row everything. And if you want, I can sing you some French chanson, tell you about...
You sing?
This is what I do a little bit for money nowadays because I cannot compete anymore. They have forbidden me.
Why?
Well,
I imagine you are quite the athlete.
yes, I beat all of the women all the time in boxing, also men. Boxing, wrestling, race car driving, you name it, I beat them in it. You know, many gold medals, you know.
Somebody of your status comes all the way to Paris to sing songs.
Well, I cannot compete anymore. Although your Führer invited me as a guest of honor at the Olympics a few years ago.
Oh, I imagine that was quite a fetching endeavor.
Yes, you know, this I like about the Teutonic people. They appreciate a person like myself who is athletic and strong, not like these French who are too intimidated. Hey, come, why don't you and I come and take a boat ride together, huh? Gets me away.
She kind of looks back like, oh, I might get in trouble. Because, I mean, Regina's playing in this. She's not even concerned about this woman at all. She's just not. And she goes, I don't know. I do have a couple other stops today. And unfortunately, if we do everything all in one afternoon, what are we going to do when I come back?
Well, it's... I have ideas of the things we can do when you come back. Can I get an awareness roll?
Sure. Fair. You see she's flirting.
Not enough. How much does it matter to you?
Am I noticing something about her or my surroundings?
About her. It would be a great... This is a difficult thing to see.
Just seeing if there's anything that I can add to this that I might have in my back pocket. Only have two, and I don't think either of them are right for this. She's SS, right?
Not
can
officially.
we use Not officially. Can we use Mole in the Hole for this one?
She's French Gestapo, not SS.
Not SS proper.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need a beat of 4.
Got a beat of 4. And that wasn't really a horrible roll.
No.
Can I use Vision of Loveliness?
To distract her?
Yeah, it's like, when somebody's bluffing to somebody else, because I bluff. All of this is a bluff. She's maybe bluffing.
You need both.
Oh, because it doesn't raise it by 2? Oh, I need to beat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. This is why I set that up. Yeah, I want to know what she's hiding.
Excellent. In that case, as you are so lovely, she wants to convince you to go boat riding with her. And she reaches out her hand to take yours.
What do I notice?
And she leans in to kiss your hand. She says,
okay, that I don't mind.
Surely you would come with me. And as she reaches in to kiss your hand, and you can see your hand in hers, you notice blood under her fingernails and a couple of specks of blood right on her neck, like a flick of blood. And just a little on her knuckles.
I giggle when she kisses me. Like I said, maybe we could set another date. I have most days off since my husband is busy with his work, and then I have an excuse to come back. Since you're so busy with your business and all. And I look at her like, I need an excuse to come back. Like, I don't get to come out for good reason often. You know what I mean?
Give me a rapport.
Well, I am being a good German. I'm trying to get back to my guard. I'm trying to be a good housewife that's not, having an affair on my husband yet. So we'll just roll this as a little bit of a deceive because I know what she's putting down. That was not good for me, tall.
She's got very good will. She doesn't have a very good will. I just rolled really, really well. She's not that willful because she likes to give in to her indulgences, to be honest. And she's, sometimes easily provoked. And she looks at you and she says, I tell you what. Would you like to succeed at a cost?
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to succeed at a cost.
Succeed at a major cost. She leans into you and she says, okay, I will escort you back to your car and let you go away from me, which will break my heart so very much. But a few things. One, don't call me Violette. Call me V, if you don't mind.
Ooh, of course, V.
I also like, if you don't mind, also the male pronouns. Between
yes,
you and
sir.
me. And I would ask when I escort you out that you just go straight back home, wherever you're going. My boat is very, very messy, and I cannot have guests inside at the moment, besides the ones I have.
I would never intrude upon your space. I'm sorry if you feel I have done so already.
No, of course not, of course not. I think you are perfect as you are, but I do want one thing.
Oh?
Yes, I would like for you to let your concierge know that I am allowed in your apartment when you are home. Not to keep me out. Of course, they would call you to let you know I'm coming up, but I would like to be able to come visit you at your place.
I imagine that shouldn't be a problem. I'll add you to the guest list, but be wary of dinner hours if you don't mind. I have a reputation to uphold.
Of course. And the major cost is that she gets a pass to your place.
To come to my place. She doesn't have a key.
She doesn't have a key.
But she can come to the hotel.
Yeah, because normally they don't let people up, right? They just don't let people up. But she gets a pass in.
Yeah, that I can handle. Now I have 2 fate points still remaining.
You do?
And I know we are drawing near the end. So Regina
but I will
is going to try.
There will be a couple of rolls coming in right at this end part.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then I never
it's up
mind.
to
Then
you.
I will. If I have them waiting at the end, I will try to set things up. But if it's not done yet, so yeah, that is what Regina has been asked, is to go straight back. I think I want to take on my way back. I do a lot of like futzing with and take a picture or two of her boat, the car, right? I get some snapshots on the way back. I definitely would flirt with her. Yeah, the driver, the car, the boat, her, because I think that's going to be valuable information for London more than likely before it's over with, and knowing, she's that close to the Fjord. And I don't know that I'm going to be able to, but because Regina's it's just like quick snaps, right? It's anything she can get in focus, but she really wants to try to capture the blood. Like the picture of the blood on her hands, on her neck. I can't tell much from that, but I can prove that she has killed someone or has blood on her, at least. So, yeah. Regina kind of snaps some shots. She does a few things. She adjusts her stocking to show just enough leg, the whole nine.
When you are escorted back up, the black car is gone.
Interesting.
And
is my dear Dirk still standing there?
Oh, Dirk is there. Absolutely. And your car is just a little bit down the road, and he's a little tense. Just a little tense.
I come back around the corner and laugh very loudly at something she says.
And she is oh man, she is so cocky at this moment. You know what I mean? Like, she's just like, and she waits until she escorts you to where Dirk is. And she leans in to kiss you right in front of him.
Oh, I will allow that to happen because Dirk's about to be he's about to be on my strings now. So sorry, Dirk, you're in it now.
And he just looks down, and she kisses you and looks at him with that kind of like, kind of like there's a whole lot of performance going on right there. And after she gives you this kiss, she nods and she goes, you, army boy, should take the beautiful young woman, whose husband I hear is dying, by the way, back wherever she's going. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry about your husband. Everyone's sorry about it.
Yes, it is a sad thing. We are making do.
But that does mean you'll probably be free sometime soon.
Well, like I said, I'm free most days. And I kind of glance over to Dirk to make sure he hears that, and he starts picking up on some of the cues that are being put down. And I say, as much as I'd love to stay, I imagine you have things to do. And you know what? Since your boat's such a mess, I imagine you've not had time to gain proper rations. Keep the basket. You can return it when you visit.
Oh, of course. And V just takes the cigar and goes, one moment. You know it is illegal for women to smoke cigars and cigarettes here in France because it is unladylike.
Is it unladylike on your boat?
She just pulls out a fine cigar and she hands it to you.
Regina takes it and like smells it, never breaking eye contact. It's definitely one of yours, but I'm afraid it will be smoked by my husband if I bring it home. Will you hang on to it for me?
Of course.
Keep my name on it?
Yes. Well, would you give it a kiss to mark it as yours?
Regina takes it and puts her whole lips around the end, the way you would actually like smoke the cigar, and kind of puffs it like, aren't I cute? And puts her, her lipstick at the end, and she hands it back.
And V takes it, gives you a wink, and heads back towards the boat, but does not open the door until after you are escorted away.
I wave as if like I don't even think that there could be anything bad behind the door. And I go, come on, keep up. And I will walk back. I'm going to take like some time to walk back for a couple reasons. One, I need some space with Dirk. And two, I'm hoping to hit a location on my way back.
I have a question for you, Frieda. Where do you go?
Oh, after her good little cry? Predom's clinic. Because that's where they were going to meet back up after either at his house or at the clinic, and it's getting kind of late. So she's going to go to the clinic in case he needs help with anything. She's all like puffy-eyed. She does not look pretty, but she's going to go to the clinic. Yeah.
I need a medicine roll.
It's like right next door, so it's not long to get there.
I need a medicine roll from our good doctor, and the difficulty is 6.
You can do this, Pretum.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got distracted for a second with something. Is it my turn yet?
A medicine roll with a difficulty of 6. As you start to stitch together our young Oscar.
Okay.
I think it came about.
And
I
it's
think it's
once
what's
again
in and out.
plus 2 for my
being at the clinic.
Yeah.
Woo!
It did go out. Yeah.
I'm like, is he talking?
It
is
only
Oscar
works because this is surgery. Otherwise, it would be a tie.
Oh yeah, that's right. My specialty is surgery.
Yep.
Is Oscar talking to Preetham? Like, is he trying to make like conversation? He goes. For once.
He would have sent Clements and Brockhouse and Schmidt out under like basically like prepare for war. I'm super pissed. Okay.
Yeah. Well, if you're still able to talk and make jokes, I suppose this is not as bad as it looks.
I think it went in and out. It hurts, but it's good. It feels good now. It's felt bad anyway.
You make clear all of your physical stress and put your consequence in recovery.
And as I'm talking, I'm like, I lean in like, what happened?
I went to the flower shop and Maria's gone, and they had an ambush there, presumably for Luke. They attacked. There was a bit of a scuffle.
Bit of a scuffle, right? Small.
Yes.
It's nothing big.
Well, it's 8 people that are getting colder and not older, but that's about it. And I was shot. It's the first time in Paris, actually, I've been shot.
Oh, joy. Now you have another one in your collection, then.
Yes, well, thank you. It hurts like a son of a bitch, but it feels good before.
You see Preetham finally gets serious on this. You know, you're getting very reckless lately.
I
can't keep patching you up. Oh, I've heard stories. I've heard about your entire escapade a couple weeks ago from Regina.
Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, from Sunday.
A few days ago.
Oh, that's fun. Well, for me, it was been a couple weeks.
I know.
So he goes, getting into all sorts of trouble. Do I need to ground you?
You need to ground me.
Oh, yeah, it's because you're like being a perpetual child right now and going around causing trouble when there needs not to be.
I am being scolded. I get to have this done, and then I get scolded from you.
Yes, because this is a consequence of your actions. Clearly, you have not learned about you don't regret it. So all I can do is prevent you from doing it and make it clear to your thick skull that what you're doing is stupid. And I turn to him and I look at him. You're the man who told me to keep yourself emotionless. You're the man who told me not to let your head dictate or your heart dictate what's going on here, because it is not just about you. It's about everybody here.
These are all excellent points that I apparently have made myself, but you say that I am the man, and that is the problem. I am just the man, and I am imperfect.
I get it. I understand. But certain times, I just want you to be careful. The rope getting tighter and it's getting shorter. And we don't have much room for mistakes anymore. I certainly, probably today, used up all of my 9 lives with what I did, but at least I don't know how many more you have left.
Oscar looks shocked. You have used up all of your lives? Have you been reckless?
I mean, I am one to follow his heart more than his head. Let's just say I caught a big fish, and he's, or more so, actually, a fellow pupil, although maybe not in the same course as you. And then as he's saying that, he kind of intentionally pricks you in the elsewhere, just to kind of make you flinch. And then he goes, let's just say he's facing a much more advanced course right now.
I'm going to make an observation for a moment, and this might be the bullet wound talking, but you have gotten serious.
Perhaps I've grown up.
And then Oscar gets serious. Don't do that. Don't grow up. Don't be like us.
It's my better judgment. Despite not wanting to, I admire all of you. And on top of that, it's not like I've ever been given much say in the matter while being here.
Well then, good doctor, Your Highness, let us make a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I shall attempt to be more cautious. If you attempt to remain young.
Well, I can't guarantee that in 20 years and I don't look like this anymore, but I'll do my best. Medical advances.
You're at the cutting edge of all of that.
And as that conversation is happening, Frieda, when you come to the clinic, there are guards out front. You know them. It's Brockhaus, Schmidt, Clemens
it's
Braun.
those three?
It's those three. It's our three stooges out front. And they see you, and Brockhaus and Schmidt just kind of don't really pay attention. But Clemens Braun gives you a look. Could you give me a deceive if you feel like it?
Oh, certainly.
You just look awful right now.
She does. She does.
You look like you've been crying.
Yeah.
It depends if you want to deceive them and have them think that you look good.
I am a desirable widow.
That's true.
I did, I gotta stay good. I don't think they're the types that would feel bad for her for crying, so I don't think it would be advantageous for her not to roll deceive. So, 'cause some people, they might be like, "Oh, you poor thing, you've been so upset." Somehow, I don't think Clemens Braun is that type of person. So we're just gonna. It's a good.
Okay. And they see you, and they don't even really pay attention to you, and they're like, "What are you doing here?"
Oh, the doctor asked me to procure more supplies earlier. He left them in his house.
Oh,
and so I'm bringing them in. He said them for surgery equipment. I was just going to bring them in.
Oh. And they're like, they kind of look at each other like, you can tell there's something going on, and they're like, Clemens Braun stands up. I will take you up there if you wish.
You don't need to, but I wouldn't mind the help with the stairs right now.
And there's clearly some kind of power dynamic going on between Clemens Braun and these other two.
Sure, she doesn't care.
Clearly.
Doesn't bother her at the moment. She'll take his help up the stairs.
And he will escort you up the stairs, and he says, you'll have to wait a bit. Captain Leixner is in surgery.
Oh, damn.
He was shot.
I'll leave it. Oh, no.
But he was a hero.
Right?
Yeah. He killed a bunch of trash, so...
Well, I should probably make sure he doesn't need any of this important surgical equipment he asked me to pick up from his house then.
All right.
And I'll plug myself in.
And you step in and you see these two.
And I'll give him the pat on the the elbow, like, you've done good work, man. And also dismissal. I'm like, you go downstairs now.
And you walk in and you see them. Those two. What are you? Is your shirt off, dear Oscar? I mean, I imagine it would have to be because you've been shot and you've got to get some kind of surgery going on.
Face claim Chris Evans. Yes, of course, it's always off.
Always.
He's looking shirtless. There's quite a bit of blood. Who knows who's the
I heard you got shot, and again, and as soon as she's through the door, like her like half facade she put on for the three boys does, she looks terrible.
It's awful.
Okay, so you would willingly fail a roll if Oscar was to like look at you and to see what was going.
Yeah, no, she doesn't have anything to hide from you two at this point. It's the other. She goes, I have things to tell you, and she looks at the doctor. You look like you can work and talk.
All right.
Angelo is out of your house now.
Oh, fantastic.
Sleeping.
Thank you.
I'm pulling up a chair, and she just like drags over a stool so she can also sit on the other side.
Oscar's going to pat beside him on the gurney.
Oh, all right. I have something to tell you. I didn't get to mention it this morning over breakfast because we had extra company. The doctor here has found out that apparently there's more than one in here, and she just like pat.
Surprise.
This is exciting news then.
Yes. So that would explain probably why I'm so tired and hungry. But you asked what's wrong? Everything, we've had a bit of a day, but it seems you have as well. Luke is getting settled in at the brothel. We had some guests at the brothel. Don't think you're going to like them. This was the head of the Gestapo, Pierre Bonny, and Elias Jäger.
This head of the French Gestapo, I will pay him a visit as soon as I am clear of here.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, is that the Monet fellow?
Mm.
Oh, well, you may not have to go far.
And at that moment, outside on the street, Dirk is escorting Regina Leixner on the street. And once you get away right from the Seine, he just says, it was that woman, Nikoletta Jäger. She left with her driver in the car, and they
She was alone.
She was indeed. She was alone. She didn't have her normal. She didn't have any normal escorts like that.
She didn't have a young woman with her.
No, she didn't.
Which direction did they go?
They went out. I don't know, but I would say it was her driver, not the normal escort. She ditched them. It looks like a bit. So that's interesting. And she was looking smug. And I made sure I was not seen. She was looking a bit secretive.
Surprise.
Not normal protocol at all. This was a bit more official. She should have a full escort with her. She doesn't. Well, she didn't.
Dirk, I'd like to be quaint with you. And I keep a smile as if I'm just walking, and I say maybe just a little away from him, but close enough where he can hear me. I want to make it look normal, not like we're having a private conversation as we walk. And if you're interested, I am walking by that art gallery that Luke mentioned. I'd like to see if there's like a sign up for the exhibition or somebody I can ask about it. And then we'll loop back around to probably the hotel, because I would be due back. Regina would be due back. And she says, I wish that I could apologize for Oscar's actions. I imagine they were off-putting.
It's none of my business.
I would say that it is, considering the fact that you took the beating.
Yes, that's Clemens Brown and his friends. They've always been that way.
Yes, I feel like we've all taken a little bit of a beating.
Yeah.
Maybe I see somebody on the street that I should be like, oh, and I perk back up, and do the Regina Leixner thing.
An awareness.
Okay. That was a 2. I would like to see this. If a 2's not enough, I will spend a fate point for this.
Do it.
Okay.
You are not too far from the clinic.
Okay.
You're heading towards the art gallery. You're not too far from the clinic. And it's just a small flash of light by an alleyway. And you see of course, out by the clinic, there's one of these black sedan cars, but in the alley overlooking the clinic entrance, clearly hiding, you see the Duke and a couple of men tucked in the alley.
I spot them.
They're in the alley, they're hiding, and they're observing the clinic. And in front of the clinic is one of these black cars, and it's and you see Schmidt and Brockhausen, and you see Clemens Brown coming back out of the clinic, standing up front, and the Duke and his men are clearly on stakeout, as it were.
I do not disturb the Duke or his operation. That would not be nice of me. Regina knows that. I note it. I mark it. I know Clemens Brown is there. That's kind of not supposed to be like that. And then maybe I get the feeling that my husband is here, which also, yeah. I know this. I do not let Dirk know. That is not for him. And I simply say, I kind of stop walking and maybe find a place that looks like maybe we're looking at something, a view, a building, a park. And I say, I'm going to put in a request that you remain my permanent bodyguard.
But your husband...
Listen to me, Dirk. I know that you know who we were. I cannot say that we are exactly those same people, but I can tell you that we want the same outcome.
I need to tell you something. It's important.
Okay.
I think there's something you don't know about your husband.
Oh?
He is not a friend of Tango or you.
What do you mean by this?
He is SS. Undercover, I think. I don't think he's actually on your side at all. And
he was SS undercover. Was. He no longer goes by the name Oscar. At least not in public.
I know. I am telling you, I think he's fooling you. I don't think he's on your side at all. I have done a bit of research, a little bit, and he's working with the SS, and he is not. I think what he's doing is a trick on you, and I think you're in danger. And I don't know where Tango went. I think perhaps Oscar killed him.
Dirk, Oscar did not kill him. We sent Tango away.
I just wanted to let you know.
This is why I want you by my side. I want you to know the truth. You already do. And I know that my husband may not, quote-unquote, like you. But in terms of the rules that I am putting up, his distaste for you only sells our guys better. I need you to stay exactly as you are. You're perfect. And I need you to be by my side. And I need you to understand that what we are doing pulled Oscar from SS duty. It gave him a new purpose, just as we have found new purpose and new identities. And I look at him knowing he knows what it's like to have to live a new identity.
Listen, you think this, but I have seen him. He still flashes. He has a medallion. A very important SS medallion. I think he might be playing you, and I'm worried about your safety. Tango was one of my best friends, and I don't want anything to happen to anyone who was important to him.
Nothing has happened to Tango. I can confirm that he is safe at home, basking in the sun in some horrible place called Florida. Probably happy with his child. But I will make sure that the next time I hear from Tango, he knows that you are concerned.
I think it's probably not good for me to be working with you. I'm all right just being a guard on the street.
Well, I am not. I need someone that understands that if we have to do something that needs to be off the books, why? I need someone who understands that Regina Leixner is not who I actually am. More importantly, I need someone who looks the part. And you do. Somehow fate has dropped you in my lap today. And just as you don't trust V, and just as you don't trust Oscar, I need people by my side that will have my back. Can you do that?
I just do my job.
I'm offering you a new job, because I imagine the job you actually have you despise quite a lot. By my side, you won't have to beat people up on the street.
I don't have to do that now.
What do you do now? Ride
check-
around with smelly German officers?
Not most of the time. Most of the time I just stand on checkpoints. Just
Kind of checkpoints.
You name it. I'm sergeant. Most of the time I'm in charge of checkpoint duty, so when people come in and out of the city or travel around, I check the papers. Sometimes they put me on patrol, checking who's on trams, just making sure people are supposed to be who they are. That's what I mostly do. Sometimes I am attached to companies as a French police, or I'm just a regular security man, that's all.
You and I both know that's not true. You are simply playing, just as I am playing as a good German housewife. Now come. It looks like my husband is ill. And I look down the alleyway. That is his men. And I'd like to check on him. You can come with me, or I can send you back to continue guard post duty.
I will escort you to the door. Perhaps not.
Where are you housed?
I'm housed in the barracks. Nothing special. Your
I want to
husband
know. Yes?
was once stationed there as well.
Was?
And
But he wasn't my husband then.
No. And he wasn't also the man that worked at the bars in either. He was someone else.
You're right, he was. And again, I knew this. Nothing is as it seems, Dirk. And if you take everything at simple face value.
No, I'm afraid you might be doing the same.
Do not fret, Dirk. I did not escape Germany to come all the way here to do everything that I have done because I'm not aware of what's going on.
Listen, I'm just trying to keep my fellow soldiers safe. That's all. I'm just trying to keep people safe. I just don't want people dying in the streets, that's all.
Well, then you and I have the same goal, as I mentioned. So I'll give you a choice. Something I don't do very often. Something you probably don't get very often. You can deliver me over there to my husband. If you would like to be my guard, my security, let me know. I imagine you can get a letter to the front desk of the hotel if you change your mind. If not, and that is fine too, you can continue doing your routine. But I want to know who comes and goes from this city. Anybody interesting. I want to know where the blockades are. You're going to feed me information, or you're going to stay by my side. Those are your only two choices.
I don't know. I have to think about it.
Well, do what you must. But I do deserve an answer. Because the last thing I need is to have to tell everybody how you laid hands on me.
This is exactly how your husband is. I think it's not safe for me to be around either one of you.
Well, I can't answer that for you. Only you can. But unfortunately, fate has put you here, once again in our path. And so I wonder.
I don't want to work with people who threaten to kill me all the time. It doesn't make me feel good.
I understand that. And honesty, Dirk, I don't want to see you dead. You'll be a lot safer by my side than you would be at any post. But I want you to decide what's best for you. So, one or two choices, it doesn't matter. You want to continue doing what you're doing, that's fine. I just want you to feed me information. If I send somebody, you tell them exactly interesting people that are coming and going, where the nuke blockades will be.
I will escort you to the door.
Always a good man, Dirk. Always the good man. And then I make a scene. Oh, my husband! Ah! As I rush across the street. I push past the two guards. Where is he? Oh!
And as you and Dirk sort of trots behind you, and as you go in, you hear Clemens Brown say, "Muller," as the door shuts, and Clemens Brown does not let Dirk go upstairs with you. And you head up the stairs by yourself, because those three gentlemen want to have a word with Dirk. They find him very interesting.
That's good. If they mess with Dirk,
They're
they
going
will
to mess
have
with Dirk.
They better not. They're going to have
No,
to
they're
mess
going
with me.
to. They're going to mess with Dirk. Because they don't like him. They think he's a traitor. And so they're going to have words with him.
Can I use my last fate point to help Dirk out?
Tell me how. Because you can see as the door is
you
shutting.
also have the boost. Do you know who I am?
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I guess that was on other soldiers, but I could still use that.
Yes, you
yeah.
can.
I would like to set up an advantage that Dirk can use.
Okay.
Because I did make him a deal, right?
Yes.
That he would be safer by my side.
Mhm.
And as I walk up and go, "What has happened to my husband?" I say it right to Clemens Brown.
And Clemens takes your hand, you know. Oh, Frau Leixner, he has been shot, but he's a hero. He's all right. He's up.
No.
Yes, he's in the surgery right now. But
Nice. I scream.
And he likes to pat your hand, like.
Oh, Clemens, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, and he gives you a handkerchief.
I pat my face and I tuck it back in his pocket and I say, "This is my new security guard."
Oh.
And I put a hand on Dirk. He has seen me around all afternoon. It was him who saw all of you standing here and told me that it must be my husband. Please.
We'll take care
I don't feel safe without him.
Frau Leixner.
Nothing's safe anymore.
Frau Leixner, let me take you upstairs. Your guard can stay here.
Can I roll a good German deceive to try to build a little bit of advantage for my dude?
Please.
Please. I don't want to have to say, "Do you know who I am?" But I will. That would be a 4 great, and fuck it. I'm going to use my fate point to just really boost this up.
Sure. He goes, he just leans and goes, Frau Leixner, that man is a traitor. He might actually also be a serial killer.
What?
Yeah.
And I look at him and I go, "You think he could kill someone? Look how tiny he is."
Listen, he's clearly a traitor. Your husband let me know this.
Are you saying that you don't trust my words? Do you know who I am?
Yeah, but... All right.
Please don't let him go anywhere. I want him to walk us back after I check on my husband. He makes me feel so safe.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll make sure he stays here.
This is my right-hand man, which is the name of the advantages I give him.
Mm-hmm. All right. Shall I escort you up?
No, I shall go now. And I burst open a door and I clatter my heels. Oh, darling! As you can hear Regina coming up the stairs with, a quick pace, and the banging on the doors, "My darling!" Because it's really all for you.
Your wife is here.
Picking up on this too, as soon as the door bangs open and I hear Regina, my husband, I will, I'm in mid-sentence, "I will kill them all! I will shoot them in the head!" The door closes, he turns right back to the doctor. "This looks really good. It's
I
nice."
go, "Where is my darling husband?" I open the door, and you probably hear at the last moment a wail. Oh! As the door closes, and I immediately drop. I'm like, "What has happened?"
It's an in and out. The doctor took care of it.
And you are all by yourself in this room. All 4 of you. Frieda looks terrible. There's blood everywhere. Somebody got shot in the shoulder.
Frieda looks really stressed out, like she cried a lot. Besides that, she looks fine.
With his non-shot arm, he will take Frieda's hand as they sit beside each other on the gurney.
Oh. At this point, Oscar's healed up, right? Or at least I finished patching up.
Yeah, you finished patching him up.
Yeah, patched him up.
Do you?
And you see, so Frieda is probably more at the washing station, washing his hands as he's finishing up cleaning up.
Well, it seems that we all have something to share. Pritam, do you have any wine? To pour a couple glasses and fill each other in on what's going on.
He goes, "This is a clinic.
You don't have any wine left in your house, either. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, don't worry. I brought an extra bottle. I had a spare bottle from lunch in my bag, and I set it on the table, and like maybe I popped the cork with my teeth, and I began pouring in beakers. I don't know what's around that looks clean, but I start filling things up for us to drink.
Little
cups. I fill them up. I pass them out.
Specimen cups?
And I simply raise a glass, and I was like, "So who's first?"
I feel like mine should be last.
I drink.
You may
All
need
right, I'll go first. And I'll just start spilling the beans about what happened.
I'm going to add a click to our doom clock, if you don't mind.
Oh.
Great.
Because there's been some
I imagine we're
violence
drinking
in
red
the
wine.
streets.
And I hope old Dirk, he can use the do you know who I am? Help him, that poor guy.
Yep. And all four of you are in this moment together in this operating room. And as you are there together, I would like each one of you to describe something about the way you look as each one of you are drinking wine. Something about your eyes, how you are looking in this moment. And I feel like we should start with Frieda.
Oh, bloodshot, puffy. How many adjectives would you like to describe how shit her face looks right now?
All of her mental stress is full up, by the way. So
Yes,
she's looking
yes.
terrible.
Yeah, she looked fine this morning, and now she looks really stressed out. She looks drained, emotionally, and just mentally exhausted. Like today has been a mental day. Two huge conversations will do that to somebody. So yeah, that's it's just weary and a little bit sad. Yeah, but also overall, like, I did what needed to be done. Like accomplished. Like, yep, things are done. Am I drained as fucking upset about it? Yes, but it's done.
Oscar, how do you look?
He looks beat to shit, but Oscar's looked like that before, and he looks a lot better than he did when he walked in. You know, he's cleaned up. You know, I'm sure just like iodine or something kind of like smeared around the area.
Couple scrapes, little cuts, you know, out the window.
Right. But as far as his eyes would be concerned, they are not emotionless, but they are not filled with rage per doctor's orders. They are moving between his compatriots and friends, settling and lingering longer on Frieda, and then glancing down at her belly and then back up. And he would lean in and, whisper into her ear, "I'm so glad that you made a detailed list. It appears that we're going to need 2 of them now." And is there any way, and as a throwback to the awesome flashback 80s montage that Lindy used earlier, is there any way that Oscar can inadvertently mimic a few of those movements as a comfort to maybe help with mental stress?
Will you? Like, this is for stress.
I will take the mental stress if it means taking it away from.
No, but what do you do?
He just leans in, and if he notices that she's maybe not all the way on the gurney, he will kind of lift her up so she's sitting more comfortably. He'll take a piece of her hair and put it behind her ear when he whispers into it. He will just maintain contact with her, not in a protective or type of, just in a friendly shared space that exists only between such a small percentage of lovers, just a happy moment and a shared being in symbiosis. For him, they're back on that little nook looking over the city that's still alive.
Your stress is cleared.
Yay.
Pritam, what do you look like?
I feel at this point his back is to the rest of them. You see him as he's still washing his hands. And up till now, I feel like anybody that's looked at Pritam, if you were to look into his eyes, there seems to be some level of charm, sparkle, regardless of how everything has been. He kind of maintains this optimism that kind of shines through all of that. If you were to see his eyes now, they would look a little dull, steely, almost expressionless, as if though like what used to be something like it feels like if you were to look at Pritham, you would see his inner thoughts, his joy and whatever, even just like looking into him, like looking at him. But now it's just like very steely, very much masked kind of a thing. Yeah.
And Regina, what do you look like? What about your eyes?
I imagine Regina looks like she's far off in thought. She has no stress at the moment, and she has no physical ailments in any way. So she's actually kind of at peak right now. Puzzle pieces are falling together. She's learning more things. So I think we see in the debrief as people are filling each other in, we see her eyes far off, and she's thinking about that blood under these fingernails and the speckles on the back of her neck, knowing that something about that is wrong, but Regina doesn't know what yet, and it plagues her. She drinks a lot of wine.
Do you want to say it, Frieda, before we go to end the episode?
Sure. I'll do a full recap for us next episode when we start. But she will say, I had my people raid the SS, the French Gestapo's headquarters, where that is where they took Marie, found it out, coordinated with the Duke.
Not their headquarters.
House. That's right.
House.
That's right.
It's important.
Yes,
it was not the headquarters. It was the house.
Pierre Bonny's house, which is where they took Marie. So Duke and I have been very busy today. But by the time my people had gotten there, she'd already been moved. Nikoletta has taken her somewhere.
Well, I know exactly where she is.
Oh, that saves me effort for later. Appreciate that. Thank you. Freida's stress has melted like a pat of butter on a stack of pancakes. That is the specific mental image I want. She's just like kind of leaned, like just like a tired lean into Oscar, but not too much because he's just been shot, but just enough to be like, thank you. It's been a day.
He's leaning right back. So
good.
it's
They'll just support each other.
It's like like tent poles.
And
yeah, imagine Regina's forward in her chair, arms on her elbows, legs open, man style, even though she has to wear a dress, and finishes off that bottle of wine, probably right from the bottle. Fuck these little cups.
And as you four are there, about to have a scene that will start us off next week, not too far away, a man is paralyzed and kept alive with parts of his body open. And somewhere else in town, a woman is being asked some questions. And that woman says, I have been beaten by better than you, and you will get nothing from me. And somewhere else across town, an SS officer looks at his watch and thinks, oh, I missed my lunch date. This Oscar. Strange. And somewhere else across town, there is panic. And that, by the way, is the French Gestapo's office.
Figured.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to go. We are going to go. And I would like us all to give our outros, if you would. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everybody, for being here for this very intense episode. And I just feel like there is something. There's a things a brewing. There are things a brewing. And I would like each of my amazing players to tell me who they are, where we can find them next. And if you would, give some love to someone. And if you want, you can give some hate to some NPCs if you like. That's all up to you, because I just feel like somebody might have some. But before we do it, I just want to give to say thank you to Hawkeye for 300 bits, saying welcome to Murder Inc., Dr. Pretom. And also Void Smoker, who just donated $50, who said, stupid sleep deprived me, missed the most anticipated episode of the season. At least I'm not too late for telling you all how awesome you are. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank especially our wonderful sponsor, Willem TW, who has been amazing and who gets like special credits this time around. And so, if you would please, thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad we only have 2 more episodes left as a whole group, and then 2 duos will end us with this part of the season. So, I would like to start where we started last. Dot, who are you? Where can we find you? And give some love, and if you want, some hate for NPCs, of course.
Well, Dot hates to see Preeta. Well, okay, I'm Dot. You can find me online where Little Red Dots are found, mostly with Compound Press, the Stitch of Fate Vampire podcast, and I'm officially the cruise event planner for D3 at Sea. So come take a cruise, roll some dice with us. It's gonna be awesome. That's what I got for you there. Man, okay. I'm gonna probably say I think watching Preetam crack a little was actually really a star moment. Not because we like to see Preetam crack, but because it's such a big character development.
Oh my goodness!
And we've been so waiting on it, and to see it happen in such a visceral and kind of way that we probably would never have expected for Preetam, I think it's just such a cool character thing to see, and I am interested to see how it pans out next time, and if we find out what you've done.
Okay, I love it. How about, since you mentioned KP? You're muted.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh man. First off, hi, I'm KP. I go by KP on Studios. You can find me on Twitter, on Instagram, mainly on Twitter if you ever want to catch things that I'm doing. I am currently in LA doing a bunch of things, but next week I don't have Void anymore. I don't have my Tuesday show anymore. Okay, all right, yeah. Next week, Monday, I forget if it's just a record. I think it's just a recording right now, not a streamed episode. I'll have to double check. I'm starting I'm going to be a part of a mini D&D campaign. More details will come out when it comes out, but look forward to that. And then Wednesday, our Wednesday D&D show is coming back on Not One Fun's channel. We had a little bit of a hiatus because of life, but if you want to see a bunch of people get transported into their own D&D game, isekai style, a la the old school Dungeons and Dragons cartoon, then that's the show for you. Come check us out. I play what is it called? A weed smoking dragonborn. So there you go.
Nice.
Coked out dragonborn. Total skater dude.
Speaking of skater dudes, I feel like that we have to go to Greg now.
Yeah.
Greg, who are you? Tell us where you can find your son's podcast, and then and you if you want, and give some love.
As an old Pal Peralta boy who did in fact skate way back in the million years ago.
Nice, good board. Yeah.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Loose trucks.
Jeff Grosso. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So anywho, my name is Greg, Grimjack21502. I'm not on social media, but you can find me both on the Unmade Gaming Discord and here at the Academic Foxhole Discord. Tag me up and I will surely answer you because you're all awesome people. Thanks to the community here. Chat was absolutely fantastic. I love having a chance to interact with you all. Just great. You're just an absolute joy. Talk about songs and fun stuff in this amazing episode. KP rocked it with that scene.
Yeah.
Lindy rocked it with her scene. And Dot absolutely slayed it as this pearl clutching, absolute train wreck Karen of a person. I love it. Everything is basically, I need to talk to your fucking manager. And I love it.
Precisely. Everything is like, do you really want me to ask for your manager? Yeah.
Right. And it's not even like you don't give him the question like, I'm going to ask. It's like, where? Because you're manager. Like right now.
Do you know who I am?
Right. It's the best. I love it. And then, of course, we have a fantastic world, which can never be understated and could never be oversold. It is a fantastic fantastic place that Trooper has built for us, filled with fantastic characters that we all come to love and fret about, which is the thing that a master of the game can only hope to achieve, and Trooper's done it wonderfully. The NPC that I hate from this episode with a passion, my new arch nemesis, Tear Gas.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Tear Gas.
Yeah.
Back to you, Trooper.
Nice. Tear gas will not kill you. It just makes your life miserable. It just sucks up lots and lots of your stress, really. Bad times. Speaking of tears, Lindy's character was crying quite a bit today. Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And if you have anybody you hate most.
Oh my goodness. So love first. I liked that Tom wasn't only going to take this guy out, but torture him.
Hey,
I feel like he's been taking some pages out of Frieda's book, and she's like, "Whoa, maybe slow down there, Buckaroo. You're going all hard and fast." But I appreciate it. I think it's great. Because we had a great episode last week.
Yeah.
We talked. We had a bit of a small, serious discussion, and then shit got real.
For those who weren't there, sorry, I'll tell you after.
Oh yeah, no, and like, I just loved Angelo's stellar roles, apparently designed to just make Frieda be in pain, especially after I thrashed Elias Yeager a little bit last week.
Yeah.
With our wonderful discussion that took up his whole lunch break.
It did.
Yeah, so Oscar didn't miss his date with Elias. Elias thinks he missed his meeting with Oscar, so keep that in mind. Might be able to use that against him. Except we're getting lunch tomorrow, but that's aside from the fact. Also, I really wanted to be Dot's character today. I really wanted to be like, I demand to speak with your manager. I was like sitting here going, man, that needs to be like my next character, is someone who's just like ridiculous and absurd.
If we look at where Regina started to now, we would never have expected her to be this person.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much. I'm sitting here like, you are just inspiring the fear of God into these Nazis.
they want to avoid her like the plague.
And I'm so here for it. Also, tear gas. It was terrible, but it did kind of amuse me. I was rooting for it to take out more of the Nazis, but I didn't need to because Greg was a fucking badass, like,
right?
Like mowing them down, and then Clemens, God bless Clemens, also took him out, and then
using the aspects to get them closer in there so they could come in and
they had a squad. I had a brawn.
Yeah. Protect dad.
Clemens Braun. Yeah.
Ooh, next week, y'all.
I know. I can't wait for it. So that's my love. I basically have love for all of you and for Frieda's poor little heart. But again, like a pat of butter on a stack of pancakes, that stress just melted away. She's still gonna be, like, that was a lot, but she can still whole group that, and it's gonna be fine. So yeah, you can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, and all sorts of places. Exciting things. You can find me tomorrow night on Praxagorth Asbeforia's channel for some Witcher with
the day after tomorrow.
Fuck yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. You can still find me on Praxagorth Asbeforia's channel. Thank you for some Mecton Corporate Raiders, where I will be there for the first hour before having to jump to my own Aliens game. I think we've fixed most of the chest bursters for the moment, but we have to turn on the power, and I'm scared for when that happens. So that'll be fun. And then on Sunday night for some Witcher, where everyone's making such good decisions. And then on Monday night, where any decision's a bad decision, on Innistrad with Pope as our GM. Yeah, he might have killed my dad. It's upsetting. But it's fine. We'll be fine. Because I'm a cool dampier. It's very cool. And then on Tuesday, for maybe our second to last episode of Mists of Ravenloft, we're getting real close. We wanted to have it this past week, but people's internets were out, so we couldn't play. It wasn't me. I wasn't the people, but there was other people. And then also, you should just keep your ears open for something soon in the works that I'm working on making overlays and stuff for on my channel for like next month. So just keep your ears open. That's me.
It might be mysterious. And
It
I'm
might be.
Trooper SJP, and I was this GM, and I want to just bring in, we got a couple of last-minute donations come in to give us some messages. Will and TW gave us 100 bits and said, wow, what a great episode again. Thanks all. And Lightning Invoker, who's great, and who is great, gave us 500 bits and said, just all the love. There's just lots of love there. And then Willen gave us 100 bits more, who said, fantastic world and characters indeed. And I love my players. I love them. They always surprise me. They go off on their own. They come back together. They do their stuff. There was a question last week, which was, how in the world are we going to find out where Marie is? Because Marie slipped out of their fingers. And
yeah, they beat me in initiative. I tried.
Yep. And I was like, oh, yeah, no.
I did raid the house, though. She just wasn't there.
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah, Nikoletta moved her before you got there. And where's she going to put her? Somewhere safe where you will never find her.
Except for Regina.
Oh, dang. Good job. I feel like there's only 2 more group episodes left, and I feel like things are going to happen. So I would like to say you can find me, here. Tomorrow at noon, I'm playing The Outer Worlds, I hope. But at 4 p.m. tomorrow on my channel, Eastern, I'll be doing Desperation Deadhouse, which is a one-shot using the brand new system by Bully Pulpit Games, Jason Morningstar. It's going to be like very lyrical and very important and exciting. You should certainly come. And it's going to be about the blizzard of 1888. A lot of people in a small town in Kansas, and I'm sure there will be murder. Gloss and Gadgets will be there. Susanna Grace will be there. Wandering DM, Simon will be there. And also Marcus, Best Kind of Worse, will be there. So it's a great cast. You should come. And of course, Sunday for The Witcher over at Praxis. But here's the thing. There's one other thing that I want to announce that's really important. So sometimes Dot and I play Divinity Original Sin, Simply Divine on Wednesday mornings at 9.
Wednesday mornings.
Yeah, at 9. And we're going to be playing next Wednesday.
We are.
And there's going to be a surprise.
It's a very special surprise. Don't miss it,
Very special surprise. And I'm going to say this. You don't want to miss it.
I feel, Trooper, you're going to outdo me on this one. I just know it.
I may have gotten quite a few things from Amazon so that I can do this special thing we're going to do next week.
Oh, I think I know what you might be doing.
Yeah.
It's very special, everybody.
Y'all.
You're not going to want to do not miss 9 a.m. Wednesday morning.
No, you do not want to miss it because, no, really, and maybe no one will take photographs.
Pacific time or Eastern time?
Eastern time.
Eastern, 9 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be a hoot.
It's gonna
6 a.m. I'm gonna be up at 6 a.m.
Trust me, this will be the best way to start your day.
You can look at it and then go back to sleep. Yeah.
All you need is just a quick. Well, we usually game for 2 or maybe 3 hours. So maybe when you get up, we'll still be going.
Yeah. We'll be going from 9 to 11:30, 12, and you'll see something.
But you can come celebrate mine and Trooper's friendship anniversary.
Yep. 3 years, and we have something Wednesday. Special planned for our 3-year friendship anniversary. And it's gonna be, yeah.
What you
do? Yep, there you go. Okay, that's it. So we're gonna go, and I want to thank you all. We're gonna be here next week for Kolos. Thank you, everybody, and I want to thank especially to our bookkeeper, Will and TW, and all the love. And we will see you all. We'll catch you on the flip side, everybody. Bye.
Bye.